a.m. And with that, Mr. Tahi, could you please take a roll call?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Nations Council Special Meeting for August 9th at 2023 at 9 a.m. Roll call, Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Ann Clough. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto Stowe. Honorable Shauna Ann Clough. Madam Chair, you have 4 members currently present. You have established quorum. You're good to go.
Okay. Oh, she's right here.
Honorable Shauna Ann Clough.
Present.
Honorable Shauna Ann Clough present. Madam Chair, that's 5 members present. You still established quorum, Madam Chair.
Ado da kuna citizen kododi meeting be ado nefigi aroshi Honorable Simpson citizen be kika din rosa shonda.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC, and staff. So, yes, they were listening. Good morning. Yeah, that call it. Has given us the let's have a safety here to our meeting. Make sure that we serve our people and we just issues that come before our council. We right decisions for an level view. Okay, and for the three that we have, veterans and active soldiers, law enforcement, right seats for our family, leaders throughout after level to wisdom to right decisions for our
Honorable Simpson for the invocation to start off our 3rd day of budget meetings for Resources and Development Committee. So next, I'd like to go take it to recognizing guests and visiting officials. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and ask the members of Resources and Development Committee to introduce themselves, starting with Vice Chair Johnson.
Yeah, Bennett, good morning, everybody. Just want to welcome everybody here, honorable RDC colleagues, RDC Legislative Advisor, legislative staff, as well as our Legislative Legal Counsel. Good morning. Also, good morning to our guests. Good morning. Okay, Bennett. Make sure you guys get some coffee. Don't stop drinking it until your ears start ringing. So, I just wanted to say good morning, Shay. My dish keeping is Hashkan Hato Bashishin Hana and dish shape connection dish mela. I'm from Cameron, Arizona. I represent Cameron, Coal Mine, Loop, Lonnie Lake, and Bird Springs, the five chapters, District 3 and 5. And coming from the Western Agency of Navajo Nation. So just wanted to share that all with you here. Thank you for being here with us today, and thank you for the prayers. Thank you for all the prayers throughout the week, and that's something that is very necessary while we go through all this that we're working on, and and we all return back to our families safely, and those that are serving, that we need to watch over them and watch over our families, and we're just doing this all in the best interest of our community, and we want to make the right decision, and continue to work together and let's have a productive budget meeting today, tomorrow, and Friday. Yeah.
Commissioner Shahab, Vice Chair Johnson, Otto Shadeja, Honorable Claw.
Good morning, everyone. So, my name is Shauna Ann Claw. Ano do na istanigi e yahawasan in the slido twenty-eight versus ano touching the shado ki ani additional. But Mado Spencer, I am the council delegate for Chinle Tractor. It's good to see our staff here in attendance with us, and then also I just want to thank the Navajo Nation Land Department for hosting us this week. And then also, to those that provided our snacks and our meals, yes. And then the beautiful prayer from my older brother, Danny Simpson, and then also to our vice chair for the good words of encouragement, and then also keeping us, lighthearted with his humor. And then to my brother, Honorable Rick Nez, too, for being here and being our guiding light and being the mentor to us. And then Shredis, Honorable Madam Chair, for being the voice for our committee, and then also explaining our roles and then keeping us in on task. So we just want to say good morning to everyone, and then also to our divisions that are presenting here today. Thank you foremost for keeping an open mind, and then also taking constructive criticism. I think that with this new division, with the new leadership in the division, there is a little bit of resilience to change, especially from employees, and then also those that have maintained their work. But I think that in order to be productive, you do need to change some things just to, provide quality services for our people. And that's our main intention. So when we are asking questions as a committee, we're here to advocate and then also to seek equality and then how to improve our services. So that's how our questions are derived, and then also we try to come up with solutions as well. I think that's one good thing about the RDC is that they do think about things collectively, and as a committee, we try to come up with a consensus on the direction that we're going to be moving. So just keeping all of that in mind, and we're midweek, so thank you to my colleagues for having the stamina to come in every day on time and driving, and then also safe travels for everyone.
Honorable Claw, Otto Shiad, Otto Jahan, Mr. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the RDC, relatives, staff, good morning. Say Danny Simpson, Werfno, Naive, Lake Valley, Vicente, White Rock, Nandishkis, Crown Point, and Standing Rock. So I just want to commend my colleagues here on this, how they're addressing the budgets for the oversight that we have for these entities here. So again, I just want to thank you to Mr. My brother here, Delegate Nez, getting his guidance, his leadership in past, Springport Council, how to do certain things with his budget meetings that we're having this week. So yeah, Mr. Nez, Madam Chair, thank you for your leadership for RDC. Yeah, giving us guidance also so much, and I want to commend everybody, especially the staff. It's been on top of everything, and try to get all the information to us. I know we keep Robbie busy and some of us busy, so thank you. Chat and attorneys too. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. Our intern, I should probably be ready for next year, how everything goes. So, again, doing a good job. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Simpson. Ado Adesina, Honorable Rick Ness.
Kushila Kehe, Anasani Kuro Resource and Development Committee. Rikne Zay, Fatashit Jito, Hawashana Inchla, Jose Kachini, Bashichin, Sanabinera Shichedo, Kia, Hani Ed, Shanal Hotayat and Inchla. As Tonga chapter, Bonash Nishiki, Yaha, Cherak on San Juan and Hanzara for Fruin, Burnham, Donicum. What are Shah is Nelkito Atro Shah is Neldan de Evanashnish. The old Galen Nation not Ani Nan no National Notion your multitasking Lanko Hatsit in Nikina Nad Kisko A Dition on Stoti Nadesh, Litoti Nan Le Hotet Nego. Lagonan Chancellor in Tazkishi, total getty patient, a patient Tazkit, patient is Git Aaron Taz, though Asaha, Pelicacho Gesa or Divata, just not on it, the children get a church of a cow, no. A base tail, Eoligala base, I or teamwork team, and then he saw cash and those staff, those to the net of Senegal, the Never Washington, Banas, Nehiki, Nehiche, Doshita, Ido, Doshin face of Ayata, A. P. Rachiko, A. Archer, so Washin Benhik, Liki, that Taylor, Anna, Nehiche, the Nachan, Elson, Tona Hot, on the Nam Shot, and so here, I'm so Street of the chair here.
Question? Yeah, Shanai, Ado Yate Benediction, honorable members of Resources and Development Committee, Che Brenda Jesus in Chiedo, Kodo A. Tashanan, Nadine Baseball for Anna, Kobe, Lord Jihiki Ado, and Sago Eba, Stevenson, Koda, the non-necessary indication not Anya and Shiva. The Chicago by Shaking Jungle Coon, Dinigila, and that this kid opened it that I guess lady, aged na grassroots with the Indian lay case, Kata Hassini, Gibahajo, but in I don't Chicago, so Conrad, Nishigi, Shaha, Ado, Quaggy, Oak, Chill Base, Chill Dish, Arkansas, Social not only no Sinigi. Yes, can't deep gender in National Age, husband. Nabikia Tiesa, not like Adana, Benego, Madam Speaker, hold that. Should hold that. And they also called the RDC meeting, the yes, a Asa case, Kidget, Natanda, so Papa, Shishno, Belat, sleep, and Yahigi, le summer session ya da la si le da ato nabikia Tiesa, Nane, Lesa. Alcohol, Joe A.B. has only Title II, Ajib and Nago. It's not being that they be there because that's Kido Nabikia, Asaki, no other lay not yet, kid like an on the Shadadi, Edo die, Asa, kid, no, so, Abe and not a Dada did the Joe, but to be it, Sena Ishla, alcohol, Kodosha, Shanai. Honorable Nez respond ila Ashspira no accord ain't there Shanatani no Siniki Toba no sin. You can't bend that there's not a go in the start that the need to not be just I don't agenda that so legislation not for not these the co about Shabbat no sin not only no Siniki article legislative service staff though. She is Khan, Kitato, Nanatai Division Director, staff, also Shabe, Ishtaneta, Dosle, could obey, in case Ishtanet, they slept so in the schedule, he is Khan, Ado Aim Tago, he had Nana Sa, no Sanobo, Ado staff, no Sinigi, and Naha Ada, she need became the staff, but not the she could see any Gato, she had the thing, not the hand yet to go off for sure. Late Alana Aya Dina Nation Diniki Cheliago, Bohonate Sunny Tano song. A quitted tape at Lana Tani to law. As she need not kudeng khai nishiki biketini o so kotan linigi e o yeda not ani ko tago sha din zagong hayo na ston kito akodo beni so bi ko nahi ado so ani ne behazinda kito office ahod kuiche so tago sha night dish nido ko kota ya kodo Hanad Nishigi Kodo Data Hadon Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of RDC, those present, those online. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the legislative advisor for Resource and Development Committee in Kiani and Cinchikina. I'm originally from Steve, Arizona. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ado Inda Kodonchi Gati Ahi Ms. Khan.
Good morning. Ed Almanso, those here in the room with us, honorable council delegates here working on the agenda today, and our presenters. Thank you very much for your presence and those of you who have joined online. Today, what he had leaning is now, Ati Bashishi, Ashti Dashiche, Tamakana Eda. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Shaha. Ado Ms. Sophie.
Yes, Aiden, good morning, everyone, Madam Chair and honorable members of RDC. Leslie Sophie Inishna, speaking Inishna, hopefully, but it's Sentinel Vicky, but it's a hope for Ghana, that's now, Chetty House, now South, San Rock, New Mexico. Thank you.
Ngoshi Shaha. Mr. Mose, introduction last.
Morning, Madam Chair. Morning, everyone. Chair, let it know this year, my son is low, I got budget change, I see that it's a 12 months, thank you, Madam Chair.
Ngoshi. Ado Inda BCD Division Director, Mr. Castillo.
Good morning, RDC members, Madam Chair, Vice Chair. Good morning, Kat. My name is Calvin Castillo, Twitichi, Salino, Patani, Basishin. Kachinis are my Chays and Kilizasana are my Nelly. Originally from here, St. Michael's, Libby Hariedo, Adonasha. But I was raised in Standing Rock, New Mexico. Okay, I see you there. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, Ado Director for CHID, Mr. Delgai.
Good morning. Patrick Delga, Department Manager for Community Housing Infrastructure Department. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and RDC members. Good morning.
Ado Inda Ado Shanat Ani, Mr. Mitchell, Dehan Zia Shonda.
Morning, Arthur Mitchell, President, Vice President, Chief, the Chair,
Goshen Shaha. Akot Ashin Linigi Kodot data of these Ado Inda Ed Nasta Naditi on the agenda. Azada item 4, new business, letter C, legislation 0165-23, Audible Kiboji, Division of Community Development. The fiscal year 2024 comprehensive budget. Should we read it into record yet? Okay. So let me just give it to Mr. Tahi to reiterate or the legislation 0165-23 into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, legislation number 0165-23 was read into the record on Tuesday, August 8th. The Resource and Development Committee had concerns regarding legislation 0165-23 and recessed at 4:08 p.m. 4 in favor, Madam Chair not opposing. We're back at legislation number 0165-23. Back to you, Madam Chair.
So again, with yesterday's dialogue in regards to legislation 0165-23, Office of Management and Budget had given a overview of Division of Community Development, FY 24-23 current expenditure pattern, the percentage that's unexpended, and also the external funding was also reported to us as well as the Form 2 status for the whole overall division. So yesterday, there, was questions in regards to, the, chapter, positions of coordinators, chapter managers, AMSs, or, administrative assistants. So, I want to take it back to, Kadosha Shayaj, Honorable Danny Simpson, to reiterate the concern, and we do have, Division Director with Division of Human Resources present, and hope that we, get this addressed in regards to the, salaries that were being taken from some of these positions. I think that were vacant, and that going forward, these positions, were considered to be, abolished. So, Nandan Shanai, Honorable Danny Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Resource and Development Committee. Yeah, Nana, all staff, all presenters, Steele, Mr. Mitchell, yeah. I just seen a new insert on the spreadsheet for the chapters. Thank you so much, and I see the highlighted yellows are all taken away, and basically just indicating the certified chapters, each agency. I appreciate that. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to question Mr. Steele to give us information how where money was taken from to go what we requested from RDC to put these positions back. We should follow the positions that were presented yesterday and put back into the spreadsheet, put back into the budget. A question I'd like to ask Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Steele to give the information.
I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you. The community development budget, chapter budget. Let me cover some impacts on why this happened. FY22, we had a GWA across the board for Navajo Nation employees. Although during that time, last year, we covered the costs using the personnel lapse. We covered the ADA. So FY22 was covered last year. Now it's not covered. FY23, there was I believe was a 5% GWA. So that's a big impact on the Visions program that has a lot of employees. So in this instance, chapter 110 times 2, that's 220 employees. Although OOC, Controller's Office, a lot of employees. So that's where the big impact is. When we were developing the budget, the 3 branch chiefs recommended to Budget and Finance Committee to include GWA 23 in the amount of $5+ million. Hopefully, BNF next week's meeting can approve that. We're just waiting for personnel to get the numbers together, OOC to get the exact amount what's in the personnel lapse savings account. So so just doing a quick calculation this morning on the 110 chapters, what they might get if we get the FY23 GWA is 550,000, around there, 500,000. So, maybe in your recommendation to Budget and Finance Committee, maybe state that, have them approve the GWA. So that's one of the big impact across the nation is the GWA. If we keep increasing the output aid on it, it's going to pretty soon, our whole operating will catch up. Our personnel will catch up with full operating. Kadoni. So, so that's the big impact. The other impact that we have in the executive branch is the IDC reduction. The biggest reduction that happened is facility maintenance, $539,000. That's a lot of money expense, a reduction. The next one is DOJ at $400,000+. Okay, I think community development had in total close to $200,000 in reduction in IDC. Even though the IDC from last year, 23 million went to 23.5 million. These IDC, when they put it into the formula, they're using the FY21 actual cost. You know that during that time was COVID, and a lot of offices weren't at full operation. So to give them you see all these reductions within the nation. I think the oversight has a lot of reductions too in their IDC. The only increase is probably in the speaker's office because they sign off on a lot of stuff. So that's something that's out there. Now let's come to how did some of the DOJ, how did they address some of these vacant positions? They went ahead and prorated it. Not unless you know you're going to hire on October 1st, which I don't know, it might happen or it won't happen. So prorated, probably January 1st might be a good date. So they can advertise and all that, and that's it. DOJ does a lot of prorating, hoping that this GWA comes in so they can get back to the normal hours, normal 2088 or 2080 hours. So that's how some of them are addressed that shortfall. For the chapter, you understand that some of them were vacant for 2 years, a year, or something like that. So now let's let me just cover what's out there for the chapters. The chapter this year, last year's RDC made a recommendation that next year chapter officials should be under fixed cost. Every year, when that's they're always short, and we have to use the UUSD just to cover their full 12 months. So this year, off the top, we took $4+ million. We put it into fixed costs. The same way with grazing official, land board, and Eastern Farm Board. Okay, so that's in the fixed cost now. So those officials, that way they don't run out of stipend money, not unless they have a lot of meetings. So stipend you get. Then the other one, which is taken off the top, sort of like a mandatory. A chapter non-admin, meaning PEP, housing discretionary, you can put emergency in there too, if they want to. Although scholarship, that's Aggie, $13,875,225. A company, as you know, every year we this is sort of mandatory. Maybe in your resolution too, maybe you might say, this number has been there for a number of years, so maybe we might want to increase it. So this it goes into the 50-50 formula for the chapters. Based on that, a budget. The other one, in their discretionary, I call it discretionary, where it's given out and it can be flexible. The chapter, there's 4 programs, so that's $7.1 million. Although the chapter personnel, $11,257,914. That has been probably set or minus a few thousand within the last number of years. So next year, about this time, when the three branches are doing their allocation, I was telling, Mr. Castillo that this needs to be, back at the minimum, which is 110 times two personnel. So I think the number is 12 million something. So, needs to be the 11 million. Although where they got the money is from CHIP. Last year, we gave additional money to CHIP to sort of help with the ARPA money, ARPA projects and other projects. So that became part of their base, their base budget to be, when we were doing the allocation. So, other base holidays, the budget cover the year. So the other project, because we still have a lot of ARPA money that is out there that we need to spend, when we get the NABI and the council, there's some information that will be provided. So could on for this next month, I don't know how this happened and then the plan going forward, for this. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mitchell, one question that was, posed here by Honorable Simpson is, where did the funds come from with the money that was initially taken from the positions yesterday that we were seeing that were highlighted in yellow? Now we're able to have addressed that, withdrawing those, vacant position, funds. So I guess that's a question that needs clarification, Mr. Castillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable, RDC members. The question, yes, was, if you look at the unmet needs, we put the AMS, positions that were vacant at all the chapters. Those were the ones that we took out and tried to, we're gonna cover the fringe benefits with that. So yeah, it's written in our unmet needs, tab, administration, I think it's the last page.
Mr. Tahi, I think we're confused here.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, what Director Castillo is referring to is legislation number 0166-23, Exhibit E, in his, on the recommended unmet needs budget. It's business unit number 010828-108027, the program title, Navajo Chapters, Non-LGA Certified 23. The amount of the unmet needs is $952,981. The explanation for the recommended unmet needs for the FY 2024 budget fund, general fund budget is FY 24 Nomination Chapter General Fund budget allocation was not significant to cover the salary and fringe benefit for account maintenance specialist positions within the 23 non-LGA certified chapters. Additional funds will be replenished from the personnel budget and continue to service delivery to the local communities with non-interruption to the chapter services. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the Exhibit E for the recommended unmet needs budget that Director Castillo is referring to.
Mr. Tahi, I do see it now. So in regards to the general wage adjustment that was mentioned, even the fringe benefit yesterday by yourself, Director Castillo, to cover for the positions under, I believe it's Division of Community Development, where are you getting those funds to cover the fringe? Or I don't know if there's a general wage adjustment for this fiscal year again. Would that be a question directed to Human Resources?
Okay. If you look at CHID, the new tab that we put in there, that's where the funds are coming from. There was under, the business unit 108004, contractual service fees. We took it out of there. That leaves 1 million.
What page?
It's, so, yeah, there is a difference of what, 300,000?
Little, yeah, around 370.
Okay. So, the new budget, forms they gave to us reflects the amount that was taken from CHID, 6,500 contractual services. But in the binder, if you go under CHID, the initial amount was $1,716,874, but this is gonna be the new insert, right?
Correct.
And, so the new budget for 6,500 contractual service now is $1,362,909. Ako, Honorable Simpson, does that clarify your question, last?
Yes, it does.
Question? Okay, those are not those kids, members of Resources and Development Committee in regards to, Division of Community Development budget that was presented to us yesterday. Honorable Claw.
Oh, yes, thanks, thank you for that clarification, and, thank you for the updated budget form. The question I have is gonna be regarding the ASC program. And so, I did notice that, you did do a good job because there's a difference. You did decrease that amount. So for personnel, travel, supplies, the lease and the rental. So can you just explain why you guys, decreased the amount? And then also, just looking at their, the performance measurement, I know, Shannon, Delegate Ripnez, he did ask about the 12 per quarter. And I also have a question regarding the performance measurement. And I know, like, even if you multiply the 12 by 5 agencies, it still doesn't cover the 110 captures. So I think that, just for future reference, maybe you can think about that when you're doing the performance measurement. But if you can just explain to me, how you guys came up with the numbers and how it came to a lower amount. That would be my question on that.
So, are you done?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go ahead and yield the floor back over to, Division of Community Development.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and honorable, members of RDC. I'm looking to see if Ms. Patricia Begay is online. They're the ones that worked on the budget for, ASC.
Do we have Ms. Patricia Begay, Acting Department Manager, on the call? We need some clarification on ASC Department's budget. If so, could you please, unmute yourself, *6?
Good morning, Yacht A. This is Patricia Begay.
Yacht A, Ms. Begay, thank you. So I'm gonna go ahead and have, Honorable, Claw restate her question. So should they just, if you can restate your question.
Good morning, Ms. Begay. This is Shauna Ann Claw. I'm asking a question regarding the Administrative Service Center budget, and I do want to thank you for preparing the budget. And I just had a question because this is one of the budgets that I kept seeing, read almost all the way down, which is in a way a good thing perhaps because you're being, you're doing more analyzation of it and to where it's going to be more effective. But if you could just explain that And I know that when we report back to our communities and chapters, they will ask why the funding was taken away. Most times when that happens, people think it's more of a negative, like they weren't doing their job, but we just want to make sure that we do relay the message about why their funding was decreased. So if you look at personnel, it was decreased by $18,791. The same for the travel by $4,355, and then the supply, $16,133, as well as lease and rental, $19,200, which came to a total of $51,778. That was decreased from the ASC. And then I also just wanted to make a note that on the performance measurement, yesterday, Honorable Delegate Rickman did mention that the performance measurement for the quarters, they only had 12 listed. And if you still multiply that out by the 5 per agency, it doesn't total the 110 chapters. And so the ASCs are charged to serve 110 chapters. So in future reference, if you could just reflect that to show that all chapters are being served. But the question I just had was, how did you come to the budget conclusion of decreasing that funding amount? So that would be my question. Thank you.
Ms. Begay, you do have, the floor for a response to Honorable Claw.
Okay. Thank you, Yate. In order to provide an explanation why our budget was decreased from what it was the planning amount in Haiti, 2 days ago, Dashan, OMB, Darlene Sam told us to reduce our budget back down to, I think, 51,000. Just know that's why we ended up reducing our budget to fit that planning amount that was redesignated to our department. Before that, we had a different, higher amount. I'm on the road right now, so a higher amount, but Monday on the email, reduced monthly, so we did that. That's where our we had to take out less. We had to reduce our travel, and I believe some of our supplies, even our fleet. So that impacted our operation a whole lot. But that's basically what we're told from the OMB, that you guys need to reduce and you don't need to. That's why we ended up having to go back and reduce it, and that's what's being represented to you guys today. I'm not sure why there was a reduction that was given to us from OMB. So what we did is just make the adjustments and resubmitted it in that manner.
Ms. Begay, Honorable Claw, did that clarify your question?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. That did clarify Honorable Claw's question. Although members of RDC, do we have any other questions? Honorable Otto Stowe.
Good morning.
Morning.
Back to Administrative Service Center. So, you were told to reduce your budget by 51,000. And what was the original amount that your program was told to budget? Before any numbers, the program, the administration, the division had to give you a number to budget out to say, this is the number that you're going to work with the budget. Okay. That's the first one. As you turn in that document, Wonder Rock told you need to reduce your numbers again by 51%. Or 51,000. What I'm getting to is that maybe there wasn't any communication from the division to say this is what you're getting and budget that. other couldn't thought need there, or maybe you budget something that was, no information was conveyed to you. Yes, thank you.
Honorable Otto. Ms. Begay, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to you in regards to the question that was posed by Honorable So in regards to what was your original budget amount that was given to ASB before you were instructed to reduce your budget by $51,000 plus.
Good morning again, Yate. I'm on the road and I'm trying to look for the first budget we submitted. It was an amount of $2 million. Let me see. I have to park off the road here. Give me a minute. Thank you. It was $2,178,976 is what was our anticipated planning amount that was given to us.
Honorable Otto So, did that clarify your question? Or you want to do a follow-up?
I want to make a follow-up.
Goshe, you have the floor.
So, it sounds like the programs were told that you utilize the Navajo Nation approved original budget, meaning last year's course, not this or today. With the proposed budget coming up to $2,127,198. So somewhere, I think that it's a communication issue that happened because they had to gut their travel budget. They got some of their supplies and lease and rentals. Maybe they don't need it. I don't know. But coming from a travel employee standpoint, and some of us delegates that were former travel employees, the manager tells you can't go over here, you can't go over there, but it's pertaining to your work and especially, I don't know if that same practice still occurs. Every other Wednesday, the Nayahidle to turn in their timesheet has to be done with red ink and has to be over here by a certain time and things like that, and that's what I'm getting to. As that person travels in, vehicle mileage, banana, they endure the fuel cost and the O&M of their vehicle coming in. But, they don't get a reimbursement. Oh, you didn't bring the travel, you should have brought it. But when you look at it, some of these programs, they deplete their, or they're trying to save their vehicle mileage for other things. But that's a form of direct services that's being provided. So, so you had Mr. Castillo, you had this, manager, cut a lot of what is needed and there at the local level, and the ASC centers throughout the Navajo Nation covered, assisted the chapters. Alcohol, I really hope that as these cuts are adjustments are made, that central office really helps them out with some of these offsets. I know that things can occur throughout the year, budget transfers internally and so forth. But I always say, the world only turns here. I was at, this is the 24th Council, is what one manager told me. Anything beyond the Hopi Mesa, we don't want to go out there. Too far for us. And there's communities such as Gap out there. There's communities such as Cuba City, Cameron, the Chi, and that mentality really has to go somewhere. Because you are here asking for money on behalf of the Navajo people. Whether the monies come off of the earned income interest, the derived interest off the permanent trust fund, or whether the money is coming from the leasing, leasing dollars, the sales tax revenue that's being generated, everybody pays into this, and it's in the name of the Navajo people. Even Mr. Castillo, I know this is your first term, or coming from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. It's night and day. I was once upon a time a federal employee. So I had to make that transition. Trying to find ways to try to take down that barrier to try to get service to Navajo people. But all I'm going to indicate is that maybe somewhere that working with central office and the programs that are under you right now, such as CPMD, CHID, AFC, and these other centers. Hope that you try to help them out with resources within the administration's budget overall. Because when you look at the expenditures, the numbers that was given to us by OMB, this indicates that one program, Community Housing Infrastructure Development, has expended only 41%, 42% roughly of the revenue. The rest, that's 51%. You go to Administrative Service Center, you expended 57, roughly 58%, so you have 42% of revenues that is unexpended to date. You go to Capital Project, CPMD, 39%, 40%. So 60% of the revenues is not expended. So that tells me two things. Program can work with less money, or there's something wrong with management. If it were up to me, I would look at what your numbers are at September 1st. Unexpended funds, get something from OMB and say, this is what you're going to utilize for your base budget for next fiscal year. Because so for instance, that 40% that has been expended, and you have that 60% that's still there sitting in that account. That tells me that we can get additional resources out to the Navajo people out there, whether it's in Anacna, whether it's in, Torian or Encino, or the need out there. Alcohol, and that goes back to the issue of the carryover. Now, I want to move forward with the resolution, let council legislation to disapprove all, no more carryovers. That's a form of hoarding money. And it's being hoarded in the name of the Navajo people. One question, one I get, Mr. Delga. Then it's this that type of information, and I tell them I will get, and this is during the pandemic, and I know we had that conversation, and what I tell my constituents is, President, but I will inform the chief of staff, and I will inform the division director, and I will inform the manager. See what's going on. Maybe there's a reason, maybe air conditioners went out or whatever. Put out there and I'll see what we can get that niche. Those simple things and the next get indirectly get scholarship office. I always get that from my community. I apply for a scholarship. I have to get information back from Answa, the next was on social service, I become a social worker again. And of course, as elected officials, and like I said, I came from a tribal employee standpoint. I understand the programs that those startup they muzzle them. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen with me. And then they through the process, they were left like became a manager in Western. But change the dialogue, and the main thing is being Michigan. They're the ones that run the nation. So even so I appreciate moving this forward, and I know that this budget is here, and I'm sure you and the lady for AFC indicated that they had to take money from somewhere, and let's get rid of this vehicle. Well, staff, we're not going to be traveling to this chapter and things like that, but that dialogue is needed, and it goes back to the administrative service, and it's the other is the issue of fringe benefits. We can't. It will always, every year, the cost will increase. Every year, I guarantee you, like earlier, the GWA, the 3% by us, that last fiscal year was a 5%. I'm just wondering who's gonna drop something again and say, let's give everybody an increase at 6% or that's on me. I'm just wondering, and my thought is gonna be, how are we gonna pay for this? Because when that happens at the budget, the final days, you have to rob Peter to pay Paul. And that's what happens, like what the decision you made with utilizing positions to pay for this other reason. I think overall strategy really need to get everybody in place to try to knit this so that next fiscal year we're not doing this. Without open punishment. So you came forth to apply for the position of the division director, and it is a, tough position. And, nothing to, but we'll continue, to work with you and your program, and as oversight, we'll try to help you out. This is not the end of the world. After the comprehensive budget is completed, we can still move forward with UUSB. You know, say like, ASC, this $51,000 shortfall. To get that numbers together, or the other programs, you have to rub, community development. And later, the next and next, you get it. You ain't done hit this kid, we just on one knee, and we want all alcohol, even now, alcohol, others. I think that, to work together, we could get something as a package, and, try to, fund these aspects, so.
Honorable Aruso, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Division of Community Development. And but just what was expressed here today by Honorable Joe Kadenke Dini Nat Honorable Epayin Kodo Nish Hatote Nishigi Koshi Eya Hashita Ekat Bansing case. I think you're this was 7 days this Ingo. I don't know if you want to go ahead and make a response back to Honorable Aruso.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the RDC, for the opportunity to respond again. Hey, number one, under Chidigi, the low percentage of their performance, we had emergency purchase agreements that we were using to buy the housing. ADF, we was determined that COVID is not an emergency no more. So the contract was eliminated. We had to go back and advertise those housing that he's going to buy under his program. ADE, that's where that satisfied the low percentage. On the CPMB side, GE, the low percentage GE, we identified software that the program needs. ADE, they're out on RFP. We got to get 3 quotes. But Chief of Staff told us to hold up on it. They're going to try to find a comprehensive program that fits all the other programs, so we can all work together. See if we can use this one instead of everybody having their own. So ADE, we're waiting for that. If not, we're going to go ahead and go with the ones that we want to go with. ADE, so that's the reason for the low percentage. Anyway, thank you.
Washi? Jaha, Tani Ado, Director Castillo, any other members, follow up? Okay, Honorable, Claw?
Thank you, Shannon. And then thank you to, Shisui, Honorable Aruso for the questions, and in line to, what was discussed here, I think that, I do have a concern as well. As we know, Chinle chapter was hit with a flood. In there, we did pass the legislation CMY 4423, and in there was a directive made to the chapter to create an emergency management plan, which is also a requirement under the 5 management system, and then also in the BIM booklet. So, and then yesterday, I believe that you did touch upon that very briefly. You said 31 chapters do have a plan in place, and I feel that that should be a requirement. There are several things that are happening within the Navajo Nation right now. There's an emergency declaration for drought. We had the winter conditions, so of course the Navajo Nation's experiencing very drastic changes, which are, things that the chapter has to deal with. And so, I did submit a conditions of appropriations, to our legislative council here. And in there, I would like to hold, the CCD as a responsible party, along with the DOJ chapter unit. help these chapters at least come up with a rough draft of an emergency management plan. I think that every community needs to have one in place, such as maybe identifying a shelter where families can go, and then also a response team, who should be the first to get called. And the reason why I'm asking for this plan is right now it's created some controversy with the executive branch, and then also the chapter. So we hear a lot of the blame game going on out there saying, this department did not assist me, this department used the money. But realistically, chapters are there to provide services for the people. And if they are ill-prepared to provide services, then we need to help them. So I believe that the ASC is capable. I believe they have the capability, the knowledge to assist our chapters. So that's what I'm going to request as far as the conditions of appropriation. And in here, I will have Ms. Khan draft that. And I did set it for the third quarter, which I think is sufficient time before the end of this coming fiscal year, that they can come up with a draft plan, at least create a template for these chapters, and just get them started. So I believe that is the responsibility of ASC, in addition to assisting with the payroll and other trainings that they provide for the chapters. So that would be my condition of appropriation, and I just wanted to let you know, Mr. Castillo, that that's what I'm gonna request. And hopefully, under your leadership, you'll guide the ASC to really, work with the chapters in the community. So I just wanted to share that, Madam Chair, and I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you.
Honorable Claw for the statement of, issuing a conditions of appropriation. She, Director Castillo, you are aware of the COA, the stipulation that outlines the COA where the division, or in this case ASC, has to meet that, deadline. The kui chapters, they taught us that the hospital, the emergency response plan had that set. Laden said the natural disasters, some other issues that are in line with a disaster emergency that creating that partnership and alliance. So yesterday on the between taught us middle whether they're certified or non-certified. Later emergency had no declare it so I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over if you have any comments that you'd like to go ahead and, or response to Honorable Claw's recommendation here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of RDC, Honorable Claw, Cat, for the question. Personally myself, emergency declaration plan, these, that they're lacking at the chapter level. When when I was with the BIA, when we had snow removal plans, we put a plan together of how we were gonna address, deep snowfalls in the mountainous areas. Kind of the same line that how we develop that, that's how we're gonna work with the chapters. We do have a new person that's gonna come on board. I'll be working with that person, all the requirements that's needed in the ASC, what needs to be reestablished. A lot of it was just, standard operating procedures again, like we were talking about, putting all that in place. So, we're gonna work with that.
Bushing, Adolf, Honorable Otto Snow.
So, see the, emergency operating plan. I know that you have, I don't know if you have information, maybe staff may have some historical information, but it's a requirement by the chapters. And it comes down to, is it your responsibility, or is it the chapter's responsibility? And the condition appropriation the chapter president there's a cookie cutter, so you need the notion, just that they don't want to. And that's what I mean. Maybe you have records. Maybe DCD has sent out letters out to them saying you need to do this. And the chapter budget maybe the condition appropriation should indicate that the onus is back on the chapter to say that if you don't do this, we're gonna recoup all the chapters that don't have their condition of appropriation. We're gonna subject you to this condition of appropriation instead of you.
Yeah.
Because these hotnots, there's their own autonomy at the local level. They have their own responsibility. The chapter president has their own responsibility. The chapter vice president has his or her own responsibility. And then the manager, that when do we tell them, hey, instead of turning around and saying, this cell has done it, how come Window Rock don't do this? I always tell my certified chapter, you don't need to wait on Window Rock. You can go to Window Rock and directly meet with the division directors. You're a certified chapter. You can go directly to the state and talk with state representatives. You don't need me to be there on the machine. Or I don't look into their monies and say, what are you doing? What are you saying is this? In the name of direct service. Sunday I had a chapter meeting and I reminded them that again. Be very grateful that the LAC is not covering the chapter. It's this trouble. So this thing, if the LAC was impacting the chapter, all of these unspent dollars would be reverting back to the nation. That will tell us what you're really doing. So that amount of money that will be that if you're subjected to it. maybe you're holding that for project, put it into escrow, don't just, try to think that, oh, we'll have this much money and things like that. My chapter has a lot of money. And, but the bottom line is, the onus is on the chapter, on, I think that, 真的很累吼，也是把子，那做我这现在本困难做大。How does she, yeah, you give them responsibility, pick up your toys, things like that, and you go up and one time, how does she not eat from the in the other, that's not just there, and then she eat. So what just throw has steady, and that's what I mean. We see the children of the nation, and how do we get them to stay on their own? Because they have their own responsibilities. We just come to think about that tonight. And you have a lot of responsibilities. Although these they may like it or not. Thank you.
She asked Honorable Otto, so, not only Otto, because I was chapter coordinator at Rock Springs for 8 years. 2018, at that, there was a mandate. Office of Emergency Management, so ASC at the time, Division, the administration staff, at the time, it was her, the employee's name was, Ms. Shirley Jumbo Rentilia, the chapters, which is me. There was an outline that chapters were supposed to utilize for that emergency response plan. You have to look into police officers and chapters have to be really innovative. They have to be innovative, and because like we reached out to the city of Gallup, the Idaho Fire Department, so again, this is something that has to be incumbent on the chapters. Whenever an emergency is declared. Again, this is where the annual appraisal, so this is an area, so again, it's going to be a condition of appropriation, so I don't know if you want to make a response back to Honorable Otto Soap.
Madam Chair, members of the RDC, I will consider it in the way I'm going to manage, so it's good advice. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez.
Honorable members of Resources and Development Committee, I do chair those, Mr. Castillo. I do on the first section, DCD admin, page 109, we have the positions and vehicles that total of positions budgeted fiscal year 23 and donkey 12 and 8D out of a cake on A9 because that's the proposed amount of positions that are being budgeted. So if you turn 2 pages, it has 9 positions, so we're good with that, yeah. And then if you turn the page again on 2110, the Kagi, 1 staff and 8 staff, that equals to 9. So you go to Chid, total positions budgeted 5 last year. And then it says 9 positions. So if you turn the page, so they go A4, So I'm numbering each one of these. Okay, that kind of tells me there's 4 positions, and this is the amount of money they're expecting. Turn that page 4 of 9, Bakagia. Go to the second line where it says salary adjustment. Do regular Bakawatahe. It says 4 regular Bakaya. Ako, could A9 Bakagogo. Could A4 Baka 11 Yahut Ebedishno, Mr. Delguy. Aronde Bekegone salary adjustment, regular full-time positions per BF5 Bakaya. Arohuyate A temporary Baka 3 temporary. So that's 7 right there. 4 and 3 is 7. So this salary adjustment, it's for 2 positions. Mr. Delguy.
Yes.
Okay, good. So I just want to bring your attention to that. Salary adjustment. So you have to go back to the front and the proposed budget for fiscal year 24-9. Right here is where it's at. Now you go to ASC, A29 positions, so you turn 2 pages, and then there's listed 28 positions right here. It's not 29, but there's 4 vacant positions. That 28, 29, yeah, but 28 these. You turn the page again, it says 29, Nabaka, 11, Nabat, Elanson, Mr. Castillo, the 29, Bakado could have 29 proposed, but I only counted 28, so one is missing somewhere. If you could locate that for me. CPMD, Nana 22, Bakaya, the positions budgeted. So you go down and you count 22 positions there. I don't know that the Kedanki, 22, because that's correct. You go to Navajo Nation Addressing Authority, A5, Bakaya. And then you turn the page, 2 pages down, you have 5 there as well. You turn the page now to personnel, 5 staff, Bakado, 3 staff, Nabaka. So it comes down to 8 positions. So, Mr. Castillo, and then you go to solid waste, Nana, you had 2 for fiscal year 24, and then you turn, and then develop a comprehensive Navajo Nation solid waste management plan. And then there's 1 unclassified position, senior planner. One. And you turn the page, there's only 1 staff. 2, do these numbers need to be changed? That's what I'm concerned about, Chair. So if you could have Mr. Castillo and Mr. Delguy respond to my questions, I would appreciate it.
Honorable Nez. So with that, Division of Community Development, Honorable Nez had questions in regards to the personnel budget, positions that were budgeted per the departments within DCD. So I'll go ahead and yield the floor over to you for response to Honorable Nez's questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the RDC, Honorable Mr. Nez, we do, looks like, have to make some changes. There was some types on that. On the ASC side, I'll have, Ms., I don't know if you go on, Ms. Spaghetti. That. But, is she still on?
Who, I'm sorry, Patricia?
Yeah.
Ms. Begay, are you still on the call?
Yes, I'm still on the call.
Akoshi, Ms. Begay, so in regards to the budget, I guess for ASC, right?
Yeah.
Honorable, Nez, could you restate your question?
Okay.
With a proper response back to you, Let me go ahead and yield the floor back over to Honorable Nez, Ms. Begay, then we'll go ahead and give you the floor for a response back.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. McGay, under the ASC budget, Quaggy, the proposed budget for positions, you gave 29 because on page 1 of 8, and then you have you turn to page 5 of 8, it says 29, but the listing itself is, I only counted 28. What happened to that one position that you're asking for?
Okay, I would say that's a typo error. There are only 28 positions, so we have 3 staffing times 8 sub-offices, 824. Auto plus the central administration, AA3, so that'll be 27. Auto, we fund 1 attorney candidate position, so that totals up to 24. I'm sorry, 28. We can make the correction.
Yes, I did count 28 positions, but your number at the front, your proposed says 29.
So with that, Ms. Begay, for accuracy purposes, Honorable Nez is just requesting the budget summary, program budget summary, you to put the accurate positions in there. Right now, it states 29 on the budget packet that was made available to us. And if we can get the change just to the page 1 of 8, Form 180, that would be great.
Okay.
Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, there is problems with the budget binder that was handed out. I would recommend in the committee report that before BNF considers this legislation, that the community development updates and makes all the correct actions, because it's all typo errors. It's not affecting the budget numbers as far as when you look at the personnel on budget forms of 5 to what's on the front page. The numbers add up correctly. It's typo errors that are put into those little boxes on page 1. So if we can put in the committee report that all of those be corrected before Budget and Finance considers their legislation, so that way the correct documents are presented to Budget and Finance, as Madam Chair would be the sponsor with this legislation, and RDC and Community Development as the agents to this as well.
Thanks, Mr. Tahi, for the recommendation. Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, and staff from the Division of Community Development who are presenting. One of the exhibits on the legislation is Exhibit C, that gives a listing of the changes that were made to the budget during this meeting. And if the Division of Community Development has the resources to make those corrections before the end of this meeting, then it would be documented that the changes were made. Otherwise, we would need to place a directive saying that the changes, that the typographical errors be corrected before presentation to Budget and Finance Committee. I don't know if you have the staff to do it in a quick manner to make the typographical corrections, so that we can include it on Exhibit C. If it's not on Exhibit C, then we would put it in as a directive at the end of the legislation. I'm just trying to figure out how to fashion the amendments, Madam Chair. I understand that, the staff might not be available to make that correction, but if it can be done fairly fast, then we can, have it sent to, Mr. Tahi, and then I can, mention it as one of the changes in Exhibit C.
Sure. Okay, corrections, yeah, yesterday, yeah.
So again, members of Resources Development Committee with, corrections that need to be made would have to go under Exhibit B and C of the new forms that were, passed at last week's RDC meeting, which is attached to the legislation itself. So, right now, the committee will go into recess to allow the program time to make the budget corrections in order to avoid tabling the legislation twice. And permanently eliminating legislation from the committee's agenda. Now, one of the, so this is one of the reasons why it is imperative to have all your department managers or acting department managers at these budget meetings. So, so at this point, we already took that opportunity yesterday to go into recess. And with the corrections that were made with new forms that were, given to us. At the end of the day, what Resources Development Committee is requesting is we want the final packet that Budget and Finance Committee will have. And we, again, like we just said, we just want accuracy, especially with some of the concerns and questions that were brought up. Okoko, at this point, I'm just, requesting, my honorable colleague, recommendation here. Would we like to go ahead and, I know recess until, like, maybe, I don't know how long it's gonna take you all to, make these corrections primarily on Form 1 of the program budget summary? Or would we rather just, table and bring it back to the end of the agenda? So again, let me go ahead, give it to, Kadosh Shayaj, Honorable Simpson.
Madam Chair, thank you, members of the Resource Development Committee. My recommendation, Madam Chair, is, Ms. Castillo has staff that can make these corrections, what he can work out well. We still ask questions to Ms. Castillo.
Okay.
So Ms. Castillo can direct his staff to start working on right now to make those changes that are needed.
Okay.
But at the same time, I think all still have questions on other budgets. Then if there's a change that needs, correction needs to be made or change needs to be, amendment needs to be made, we can direct, Mr. Castillo to have his staff do it, while we still ask questions and everything like that.
Hakushi?
That's my recommendation.
Okay. Mr. Tahi? Oh. So, I know you wanted.
Oh, I'm fine with them correcting it. Chair?
Yes.
What we're doing here, this is really what we do. We don't wanna send an incomplete budget to Budget and Finance, then it reflects us. Aroyandas in the Lakota. So, next in line would be Gaming and EPA. Maybe staff could contact them and tell them, make sure these numbers are, corrected.
Hakushi?
Thank you.
Shaha. Mr. Castillo, you've heard. So we'd like to continue, this, a budget, meeting with the Division of Community Development, but, we just need the staff to make those changes on the Form 1 and get those changes to us, as soon as possible here. I'm thinking that maybe another, I don't know how much longer, my colleagues have questions here. I also have questions as well. So with that, I'll be right to get those changes.
It take yesterday for DD.
This one's real easy. You just go to these Form 1s that they have.
They have to find money.
I can do it for you here. Do you have the forms?
Yeah, she just gotta go back to the office.
Okay, see? So we'll continue this, discussion. So again, thank you, Ms. Sandoval, for always being alongside your division directors. So at this time, we'll go ahead and, continue the dialogue while Ms. Sandoval makes the corrections. So you noted all of the corrections that were, highlighted by Honorable Ned, right? Agushi, Ned. So right now, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Shiaj Honorable Auso.
So, he does, we send them all over to make these corrections, and it comes back, and there'll be maybe more corrections or whatever comes up again, and when they end up sending her back over to do this, so it seems quite, I advise that we just finish up, and, or we move forward to take the vote. That's when we'll decide to have her fix this document, then address it that way. It is, just some, but if you're, none, so, it is with that.
Madam Chair.
Honorable, Simpson.
I agree with, Mr. So's saying, but it goes back to, I wish all the department heads were here, under the community development with their staff, to have all their equipment here, the laptop, printers, small printers, everything, to make these happen. It's how it used to be. Those corrections that were requested by a committee, it was corrected right there. So the staff will be here, the appropriate that does the budget for each department will be here, and the correction will be made. Carrillo will go back and forth, so what Mr. Honorable Delegate had said, that would have been corrected right now, if they had their, laptop and their printer here. That would have been done right now, so for $80, but 5 minutes here would have been done with it. So I think we're gonna be running into the same problem with other departments and divisions, Madam Chair. So I encourage you, Madam Chair, to have all have all departments and divisions to be here with their equipment, laptop, printer, everything. So those corrections can be made and be given to Rodney and given to us. Madam Chair. Yeah.
So, we'll go ahead and work with Leslie here, Ms. Dempsey, to, contact the rest of the other divisions to have the department managers available at these meetings along with the division director, and to also have a laptop with a printer available to print these documents. Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, I just want to make note of this, for your reference, as you guys were also CC'd on this email. On Thursday, August 3rd, 2023 at 2:31 p.m., I did email all the division directors, along with the deputy directors, exec directors, and the chairs, and in my email, I did indicate that everything will be done in real time. So when corrections are made, it will be printed on site, so please prepare your staff to email them immediately to myself, Leonard Mose, and Leslie Sosi, so it can be read into the record and documented and recorded. This information was shared with all the division directors, deputy division directors, and those who email me directly saying that they're working directly with the budget. And if you look on the email, you will see your names on this. So they were given an amount of time to prepare and be ready for real-time changes. Unfortunately, this is not happening. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
We'll make second directive. So, and again, you know, Mr. Castillo, I believe this is your first time with Nomination Government as a division director. But going forward, this is the expectation, and I'm sure that Ms. Sandoval and Mr. Delgay know the practice, the norm of this, because how many times have they been sitting alongside the previous division directors? You know, when we're talking about these budgets, these are just not numbers crunched on a paper or positions or words that are typed onto paper. For us, you know, as legislators, we actually take our job serious because, again, just like Honorable Ned mentioned from here, we're not just representing the chapters that elected us into this position. We are representing all 110 chapters that comprises of all the constituents that have a census number. I do believe we have some of the essential staff on the call too for Division of Community Development that, you know, it's best to be ready because every year around this time, budget sessions, and then you're told to submit your budget. So I thought in yes, you know, and so once budget you know, you feel confident because you went over it with your team within the division, and, you had 1, 2, or even 3 meetings to come to final numbers. So, so again, at this time, Mr. Castillo, I don't know how long, Ms. Sandoval can make these, corrections, but again, so that, what if we need some more corrections? We're having her race back and forth. Do you all have access to a laptop? Do you have a junk drive of all your budget forms right now?
Madam Chair, this is Patricia.
Okay,
May I?
yes, Ms. Begay, let me go ahead and yield the floor over to you.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make a comment now, is I do have my ASO working on budget form 1. He is making the correction, and then he will email it directly to Mr. Castillo and Leslie. I'm not sure if there's anyone sitting there that has a printer that could print form 1 for everyone, if that works. But we are in the process of correcting that number.
Ms. Begay, I do have Mr. Toffee with a printer available here, so, can you have, the Administrative Service Officer email that over to Mr. Toffee, our advisor for RDC, but then it also requires a signature. I don't know if you have anyone delegated in your capacity.
Yes, we can. We can take care of that.
So, Rodney, I'll wait for your email on the, Form 1E.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other one is, the addressing. Is it the addressing?
Correct.
Well, not that one, the solid waste. It does read 2, positions, but technically there is just one. Mr. Delguy?
Nate Hanan, Chair, and members of RDC. For CHID, there was one minor correction that I had to make. I just seen just now a few minutes ago. Is on Form 1, page, the first page. You can see up on Part 2, General Fund, the amount shows $2,300,000. With classes. Yeah, $2,332,162. That was incorrect. So I have to make change that the correct amount should be $1,978,167. So I have those corrected forms here for distribution.
How do we do that? Have the corrected forms from CHID for Form 1, right?
Form 1, yeah.
Not right.
Yes, you have, right? Yes, I have them already.
Okay, so they need to put this in their packet, budget and finance. Mr. Tagi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, if the information that is being shared right now does not change Exhibits A, B on the legislation for 0165-23, we're fine. This would just make note that, when this moves forward to the Budget and Finance Committee, that it is the correct numbers with the correct information. So that way when it's presented to them, they are aware that what is presented to them is corrected. But if it does change the numbers, then we need to start making amendments to legislation 1065-23, especially if it changes the amount in Exhibit A and Exhibit B as well.
Okay. So, with that, the Exhibit B, so the concern here is, you had submitted these to, Office of Legislative Services by last week, right? So what, Rodney is referencing is, if it's changing the amount here under CHID, because on this one with this legislation, it has 2.3 mil, and this one changed now to 2.48. So now, what we have to do is, we have to make an amendment to B and this one.
Yeah. Make the-
Because your total down here, Mr. Delguy, has changed under your Part 2 funding source of your Form 1. So in a audit fee, then the original total was on there. So this wasn't even, see, so under CHID here, it says 2.3, but here you have 1.97. So you need to change it, so we have to make an amendment. So, Mr. Tahi, please advise, or Ms. Khan.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, since the numbers, as I indicated, are going to change Exhibit D, we need the numbers corrected because this is the Branch C proposed FY '24 budget. So it needs to be reflected on what's being presented to us. In the emails that I've sent out to you, Ken, the division directors, deputy division directors, executive directors, and the chairs, in the email chain, I did indicate, please make sure your numbers add up correctly, so that way we can minimize the amount of amendments that we need to take, that need to occur. Unfortunately, this is a budget process, and this does happen, but right now, Madam Chair, members of RDC, I would recommend that we go to recess till 1 o'clock and give them 2 hours to make all these changes that need to take place with the correct Exhibit A, B, and this way, when we put it in Exhibit C with the and Exhibit D with the legislative concerns and the conditions of appropriation, everything will be ready by then. I think 2 hours is significant enough, Madam Chair.
Real quickly, on your Exhibit B for Navajo Addressing Authority, the amount is $383,944, and it reads $246,969 as well. So those are the 2 areas that need to change with CHID and also Navajo Addressing Authority. Shiaj?
I wanna wave my magic wand and, grant the 2 hours, of leave. I'm gonna make that motion, or recess.
Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair, is there, there might be more changes that will be discovered? And it is, maybe after the whole 3-ring binder is looked at, then at that point give the 2-hour recess. And we do have a printer right
Behind
there,
you.
too. If you had your a laptop and your and your financial staff, that they could make the changes. But, if more changes come up after the 2 hours, then we would need to allow them more time.
Ms. Khan, your numbers don't match up for the Eastern Agency chapters as well. So I just think, since we didn't table this legislation yesterday, can we just table this legislation so we can go on to the next one? Next agency or gaming, and then have them come back at the end of the, agenda, Mr. Tahi or Ms. Khan?
Madam Chairman of RDC, per the rules that was passed by RDC, that is up to RDC's discretion, whether or not we want to table this legislation, but just keep in mind that once we table it, it'll go at the end, but if there's more corrections that need to be made, we cannot table it again. And since, we do have August 15th at RDC special meeting, no, I don't want to do this, but any legislations that we don't get today would be considered old business under RDC's special meeting for August 15th. So I would recommend that we just do the 2-hour recess, have them make those corrections, as we will be left with just one office left, which is Navajo Nation Regulatory Offices. Then we have the Division of Natural Resources and Division of Transportation left. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that'd be my recommendation.
Mr. Tahi, Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, when a committee makes, the standing rules provide, when a tabling motion is made, the committee may bring up the legislation again during the same meeting. And so, now the question is whether the meeting is today or for all 5 days. And it would be helpful if you finished it today, then we can bring it back up. And the Resources and Development Committee may bring it back up. It doesn't, then it doesn't, it can be dealt with at that time, and that is following the standing committee rules, and may bring it back up. If you finish with, and that is if you table it.
So with that option, members of Resources and Development Committee, I want the division to go back and really look at the numbers, because again, all the, budget numbers under Exhibit B that was attached to legislation, you need to look at these numbers according to what was provided here. They're still off. So, again, the recommendation was to table what Ms. Khan had mentioned, that it can be brought back up. If Division of Community Development, after our next, division, I'm assuming the gaming department's gonna go fast. If you wish to come back, then you would need to notify Rodney so that we can go ahead and reconvene with you all, the division's discussion. Members of Resources and Development Committee, table, and then so once the corrections are made, they can notify Rodney that they're ready to represent. So we can move on, so we're not idled again for 2 more hours, so we can start with, yeah, so, Honorable Simpson.
Madam Chair, that's why I keep specifying that we need department managers here, with the appropriate staff to make these changes here, because we still have other questions, not the correction that can be made. I don't know if some money needs to be moved around to meet our requests. So those are the things that we're talking about too. So even though they come back with correction, we can still ask questions again on certain things. So the thing is that, I'd like to continue discussion, but get, get your staff here. Get your staff here with all the things, the equipment they need, the things, on what needs to be done, so the work can be done here. We can continue the discussion here, because I know my colleagues here have other questions, not just on the corrections that need to be made, all the questions that need to be made, and so I have questions. So, Madam Chair, I think that's what, Mr. Castillo just needs to call all his department managers and those staff that need to be here, so we can keep going, get the thing done.
Okay.
So I probably have some, amendments to this budget here.
Okay. So with that,
maybe we can just research here for about 20 minutes. I think the staff can come in here. Get all your staff here that are needed. So my colleague, Paul here might need some amendments. We can do it here. And we're not moving, we're just looking at each other here, what do we do next? So I'd like to get this, community development budget approved, but we still need to make some amendments and some corrections. So
okay.
I think 20 minutes is good enough for the staff to come down here. Madam Chair, that's my recommendation again. Madam Chair, to my colleagues.
So, Mr. Castillo, again, we don't want to just be idle sitting here, Ashonda. We have CHID department manager here. Obviously, Ms. Begay knows that the budget session was this week. How far out are you, Ms. Begay?
Yeah, this is Patricia again. I'm on my way back to Indian Wells for a meeting, but I can just come directly back to Window Rock to get to the budget meeting.
Question?
So I should be there probably another, maybe about an hour.
Don't drive too fast, because I know it takes an hour and a half from Indian Wells. Okay, thank you, Ms. Begay. Otto Inda, your CPMD department manager, Mr. Westeta.
He had a local meeting, I can get him here.
Okay, what about Mr. Baldwin?
Baldwin. Should be here, yeah.
Ashonda, again, it's directed, by council here. And, So Leslie is sending out an email to all the other divisions to have the department managers present with division directors. Abe and Nutchett, these changes need to be made. Who makes the changes to the agency chapter, numbers?
That would be Patricia and Derek.
Okay. So, again, we will take a 20-minute recess if it's okay with the, members of Resources and Development Committee to get your department managers here, Shanatani or Shoni, because this is very important, you know, and, they're the ones that are experts in these departments. I assume that's the reason why they have that authority of being the department managers. Otto, Abe, and Nutchett, I don't know if Ms. Leslie can, get, the budgets on USB for all of the departments and even the agency chapter, so that can just be changes here. We can send it to Rodney, get the signatures, so that we can get this done all today. So we don't want to be having the division come back. So again, members of, Resources Development Committee, we are in a consensus to take a 20-minute, break or recess.
Go to 12 o'clock. Yeah. That's right now.
Yeah. 12.
Yeah.
Publishing, so to noon, we will be taking a break to, or recess up to noon. So with that, may I get a motion to recess to 12 o'clock? Vice Chair Johnson, second by, Honorable Claus.
He made a motion already.
Oh, he did? Okay, so let's go back. Honorable Otto, motion, and then second by Vice Chair Johnson. All of the hands went up too fast. Otto, we'll reconvene at 12 noon.
Vote, Madam Chair.
Mr. Tawny, can you please take a roll call vote for recess up to 12 noon today?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for recess to 12 p.m. for August 9th, 2023. Honorable Shana Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shana Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Keith Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Olga Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Stowe, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Stowe votes green. Madam Chair, that's
Okay. And, again, I'd like to thank, my, honorable members of Resources and Development Committee in having to make some really good recommendations in regards, on how the, FY '24 budgets are gonna be structured and just trying to get some clarity on, how the divisions were able to get to these numbers. So with that, we did call for recess, and I'd like to go ahead and, open up for roll call for attendees.
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for returning back from recess at 12:40 p.m. Honorable Shauna Enclaw.
Present.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Otto. Here. Honorable Otto is present. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Madam Chair, you have 5 members available with constituted quorum. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's okay, Rodney, I know it's been a long day. Thank you for always being on top of everything for us. Okay, so going back to legislation 0165-23. Day before Risa said that there's needed to, be some, corrections made to the, budget Form 1 for Division of Community Development for the 4 departments, along with the, chapter, agencies, overall budget. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to, Shanat Ani, Division Director Castillo, and the changes that were, recommended, and how, do you have the new forms with you, or just give us an update?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and honorable, council delegates from, RDC. I would like, to start with the new programs that I think are ready. The other ones are still getting prepared, but, I don't think we're gonna have any changes in it, so I feel confident we're gonna, these 2 programs real quick.
Okay, so, Shanatani, Director Castillo, so technically, the numbers on that Exhibit B, they just needed to be, double-checked to make sure that it is the same as the budget under the Form 1 for general fund, CDF.
Yes.
That's the only thing we'd be changing, Shanatani, so we don't need to get another overview, but I'd like to go ahead and yield the time over, so until such time you know everything is ready, then we'll go ahead and, get that noted on record, okay? But in the meantime, I know that my colleagues, with RDC still have questions, so we'll go ahead and continue that dialogue while the corrections are being made in the back, okay?
Okay.
So go on that way.
Okay, the first one is, I'll go ahead and start with Chid with the corrections he's made, and I'll give the floor to Mr. Galagay.
Okay, Mr. Delguy?
Oh, yeah, hey, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of RDC, since, our recess, I made corrections, to Form 1, which was, handed out just previously, and the change I made was to include all external funds on Form 1. That was, a memo coming from OMB that all external funds should be included on the, Form 1. So I did provide that, and it was handed out. And then the amount of my general funds has, decreased by $392,310. That was taken out of the, contractual services amount over, the cost that, was needed for the chapters. It was, presented earlier this morning before our recess, so right now, my budget does have $2,048,746. My budget right now for the CHID office, so, those are the changes that were just previously made, so.
Okay, so that will be reflected on Exhibit B, right, under CHID?
Yes, that will be reflected over.
Okay. So, what we also caught here, Mr. Castillo, and also to the department managers, is the binder that was submitted, to the members of RDC. This Exhibit B was attached, okay? Otto Inda, you've also submitted an Exhibit B, which was last week to Office of Legislative Services. So, the Exhibit B that's attached to the legislation and the Form B that was in the binder, those numbers are not the same as well. So, those changes are being made right now. Okay, I just wanted that, clarification. Oh, and then, it needs to be reflected in Exhibit A as well, because now the fund, balances are gonna be changing again, okay? So you need to take a, look at A and B for now, so that we get the accurate, amounts in there, Shinatani Nosini. So you need to tell us which ones we need to throw away, because we have so many of these now. I'm just confused.
Yeah, those, the ones you have now, you can probably void. The new ones are the ones being developed right now.
What's this morning?
Just track those, okay.
Yeah,
Except for the ones,
just only,
Except that one page
yeah,
that you gave
the
to us.
first page.
Bushy?
Everything this morning.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's this one, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
the external fund, yeah,
All those,
Okay.
that's our current.
that's the one we keep, so.
What about all these? The other
There
pages
you are.
behind those are, will stay the same.
Okay,
Yeah, so, pages 2 through 25 will remain.
okay, so with that, let's see, there's more. Throw these away too? Yeah, ADU is facing me. I don't know if this is not 3-hole paper punched yet, so, which needs to be 3-hole paper punched. Do you have 3-hole paper puncher? Okay. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, we had reconvened. I'd like to go ahead and continue, the dialogue, parallel to the changes that are being made by the administrative staff with, the DCD. So I know that some of, the members of Resources Development Committee still want to, ask questions, in regards to the department's budget. So, I will go ahead and allot, time right now for any questions. Honorable Otto?
So this is to the, corrections to what changes were made to, fund the offset for the, chapter funds, correct? And, and put it in the external funds also, oh yeah, okay, also. So, it is with that, just so that the chapters that are on the line, we had to rob Peter to pay Paul. So any type of housing issue and housing things come up, it's not the fact that, RDC is moving housing monies around. They're moving the funds so that the chapters are not they're not impacted regarding their budget. And with this adjustment, I believe that, this was some extra dollars that was, Community Housing Infrastructure, program, which was their base funding last year, because we got a little bit more of extra funds last year. So, so this, be mindful that, the We did take this out of housing funds. Some housing services would be impacted. I don't know in what, but, in what way, but, so that the chapters can keep those vacant positions. And the other is that, as these vacant positions are out there, we really need to get the chapters to get on the move to, really advertise these positions so that, we could try to fulfill them. And,
Honorable Otto, for that clarification, that we're not trying to pull monies from chapter operating budget, but more so trying to, make this budget, be able to provide the services across the board within the Division of Community Development. Any other members of Resources Development Committee with any questions? Can I yield the gavel over to you, Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there any, comments or questions from our honorable RDC colleagues at this time? Madam Chair, Jesus.
Nantani, Vice Chair Johnson, Adonana, Yate Nine Tradition, Mr. Castillo, and to your department managers. So going back to, the chapter operation, I did a little, I guess research you would call it. So for Eastern Agency Chapter, I looked into the Navajo Nation Wind System, and I went and wrote down all the current balances that they had as of, what month are we in? The end of July. So after totaling the 31 chapters combined amount that they have idling in their bank accounts, is $13.4 million, and this is just for Eastern alone. So, are you paying attention or, okay. For Eastern, so imagine how much more million is tied up in Fort Defiance Agency, Northern, Western, and Central Agency. So this has always been a concern, I know, from prior legislative discussions, because I had listened, and we know that these funds, number one, are not gaining interest income. For non-certified chapters, they're not allowed to invest their money until they are legally or they're certified through LGA certification. They can put their money into escrow accounts in hopes that those funds can gain interest income. So with that, my concern here is I know that there's all these different fund accounts that the chapters work with. The restricted ones are, of course, land claims and special revenue for scholarships. But I know that chapters allow housing discretionary assistance, and a lot of them have high numbers of housing discretionary. I really think that somehow ASC and yourself as a division director need to start really looking at how these housing discretionary policies can just be uniformed across the board for all chapters. And if you go out to the communities, I bet you a lot of our older populations that are not related to chapter officials or chapter administration staff need home renovation. So when I see chapters that have a lot of housing discretionary dollars, it does bring grave concern, because these are public dollars, general funds, as this is they're public dollars, and community members need to know how these public dollars are being expended. So, Adequado, Division Director, go Nishnahilia. Ashondin, Linigi, to start re-strategizing on what would be most acceptable to, be easiest to spend these dollars going forward. Chapters on the go so yata na ishin yahon the housing committee no, and that even creates a lot of favoritism. You got a housing committee of 5 and they don't like this family or whatever, you know, and there's a ranking point system that's out there. Go ask Rock Springs chapter. We have one, as a matter of fact. Office of the Auditor General really like that because all the supporting documents are attached to it. And so it would be most beneficial. Right now, I don't even want to go to chapters, but you can't, you know, and yet we have all this money tied up in these individual chapter bank accounts. So I just request, you know, working with your delegated ASC department manager to really start strategizing on that. The other part is you've heard also in a prior meeting, Title 26 amendment. Mr. Roderick Begay with chapter unit from DOJ. There's 4 models out there. Next month, in the month of September, we'd like to have that work session out at Twin Arrows and see which way would be, you know, most beneficial to go. You know, we're in the 21st century, and I think now is the time to have that paradigm shift. No more of this old practice, because obviously it's not working for us. So let's go step into something new and hopes that it will work for us. But of course, you know, you're talking about amending title codes and everything. So as RDC committee. And under the chapters in ASC. Now, going to CHID, looking at your budget, I just wanted some clarification to Natani Ado, Mr. Delguy, and you know, for making changes and, you know, doing the best that you can as a department manager. But under the contractual services, 6520, level 6 object code under the BIM, you have some funds for fees, professional services contract for project management. Then it says expenses for professional services contract. So I guess this is what I'm trying to understand. We say that chapters get housing discretionary dollars. And then CHID, does this particular professional services contract for project management actually go to like bathroom additions or house wiring projects, or to get our constituents hooked up for electrical services within their home? Does it also consist of the materials that is needed through a third-party subcontractor that may get the job to do these particular services so that our constituents will have plumbing, interior plumbing within their homes to get water, and then interior house wiring to get electrical hookup? That's one of the questions that I have for CHID at this time. So those are the only 2 comments that I'd like to make. Vice Chair, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll go ahead and give the floor to Mr. Delguy or Mr. Castillo to respond.
Okay, thank you, Pro Tem Chair Johnson, and thank you for the questions, Honorable Jesus. The first one by yes, Title 26, we need to look at that. We need to see if we can fine tune it, make amendments, whatever adjustments need to be done. Do that, make it more efficient. If need be, put more fight what needs to be put in. So, yeah, I'm fine with that. On the second question, yeah, I'll have Delguy answer that.
Delguy?
Okay, RDC members and Chair, Vice Chair. Your question on what type of services will become of the contractual services. Yes, we plan on contracting out with some subcontractors contractors or even general contractors to do some, housing, activities, whether it be renovation, repairs, emergency repairs, extensions, plumbing, electrical, house wiring, even meter loop installations or power line connections. So basically, anything that entails to put the existing housing condition to a standard status rather than a substandard status. So that's the intent of this contractual services. And the reason is because I guess experiencing from what we've gone through, it is difficult to get the appropriate staff on board to conduct some of these services. So, that's when I'm planning on making changes to that. I felt that we could get more staff on board at a permanent status, and also do some contractual services. In my permanent positions, I'm looking at programs and project specialists to run some of these contracts for me. Also, additional carpenters needed, and the position for administrative assistant also to help with filing, take care of our books, our payments, contracts, so forth. So it's a question on that. So that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Chair, do you have a follow-up to that?
Yes, I do, Vice Chair Shahat Nana. So thank you for your response. So going back over to ASC, how many of the 110 chapters, whether they're certified or non-certified, are currently in corrective action plan status, and how many are on sanction status? Back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So, carrying on for the question, Madam Jesus. As I know of right now, we have 9 chapters that are in sanction, and we have correction action plans. Right now, under ARPA, we're given the responsibility to hand out their sub-recipient agreements to the chapters. So those with the SPPS people, we are looking at those and see how much we can give those chapters for funding for their government, any put up in here.
Thank you. Madam Chair, is that answer your question?
Let me do a follow-up real quick. Shahat, Mr. Castillo, I know that ASC is, their primary responsibility is working with the chapters. Can we get some sort of report to Resources and Development Committee at a later date from ASC, with you alongside ASC, to get a full report on the corrective action plan status for non-certified and certified chapters? You know, if you look at the higher number of chapters that are in the corrective action plan status, that just tells you that somewhere the 5 management system is not being abided by. They're not being adhered to. So what does this have to say as policymakers? Do we have to make some laws to be a little bit more stern, to where now we have to hold them accountable? Or right now would have been a good time to put in a corrective conditions of appropriation to get them addressed, hopefully by the end of this fiscal year, fourth quarter. But right now, I don't know if these are the real numbers of 9, but that's one of the ways that I think that it would be best to really get the chapters to understand that as legislative body, we give them monies, we allow them the carryovers on an annual basis after a fiscal year closeout, and continue operating as such. But with the amount of inquiries we get from our constituents at the local level, you know, there still appears to be a big communication gap or assistance gap out there in the, local communities, even So again, that would have to be a request, and I'm not really comfortable in putting that as a condition of appropriation just yet, because I really don't have the true numbers on how many chapters out of the 110, whether they're certified or non-certified, that fit this category of having a corrective action plan in place. Go back to you, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Castillo?
Madam Chair, this is Patricia. I can respond.
Okay, thank you again for the question, Madam Chair. I'll have Patricia respond to the question.
Patricia, you have the floor.
Okay, if you look at the budget form 2, and the goals and objectives, it states how many sanction chapters we have and how many corrective action plan chapters we have. And then totaling all those chapters together, all of them do have a corrective action plan, and they are implementing that corrective action plan. So we can surely get some updates when we meet with our chapters. But they are, the numbers on Form 2 should tell you specifically how many sanctions and how many chapters are under corrective action plan.
Oh, 38, okay.
Okay. Thank you, Patricia. Madam Chair.
Well, yeah, that clarifies my, question, Vice Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Gay. My honorable RDC colleagues have any questions for? Honorable, yes?
Thank you, Vice Chair. On the Form 2 for McGee, where number 2 is 7 sanctioned chapters, and we just heard 9.
Yeah.
So is it 9?
Yeah, no, it's 7.
It's 7,
Yeah.
not 9. Okay.
Okay. Anybody else on RDC? McClaw?
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, for allowing me to do a follow-up question regarding our sanction chapters. So I think that we were given the information about that they do have a directive where they are working with the corrective action plan, but if we can get clarification of a timeline when those will be completed. And the reason is that these chapters that remain in a sanctioned status, that label follows them throughout the entire, like, whatever legislations we pass as a council. So recently we had the emergency funding that was passed back in January, and the chapters used the 50-50 formula, but then the question of sanctioned chapters came up, and some of them were already in the negative. And so that was back in January. We are now in August. To date, I believe none of them have submitted a corrective action plan except Honorable George Tolf chapters. They did come before RDC. So I feel that with that information being available and that we do know that ASC is currently working, I just wanted to get a clarification of when that timeline is established on when they will have all their chapters off of the sanction status. And I too believe that Madam Chair did bring up a good comment, and I think that they've had sufficient time, and I would like to see conditions of appropriation on these chapters. So, if we can just get a timeline when there will be the ASC is addressing this from Mrs. Begay. Back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. I'll give the floor back to Mr. Castillo.
Thank you, Pro-Tem Chair, Honorable Claude. I'll have Patricia go ahead and answer that. Good question.
Patricia, you have the floor.
Okay, I'm just a little way away from there. Didn't hear the question. I went into no service zone. Can we repeat that question?
Good afternoon, Ms. Begay. This is Delegate Shauna Ann Claw. I was just asking what timeline you have to assist the chapters to get out of their sanctioned status. You do have it in your performance measurement. So if you could just give us an estimated time frame when you think those chapters will be out of sanction.
Okay, so for sanctioned chapters, it varies. Let me say this. I'm sorry. For sanctioned chapters, or for all chapters, it varies. But when they're sanctioned, and there's 7 of them now, and every day that they're operating, they're implementing their corrective action plan. So having a timeline for them, it will vary. For instance, Twin Lakes chapter is a sanctioned chapter, and we did our internal follow-up with them recently, an assessment. So that assessment that my office does with the chapter determines approximately what they still need to implement. So right now for Twin Lakes, they would not be considered to get out of sanction until the Auditor General comes in and does another audit, follow-up with them to review the files to see if they have addressed their findings. So it varies all the time for each chapter, but on daily basis, the chapter, while they're operating, they're implementing their corrective action plan. The same thing for the chapters that are under cap. Every day they're implementing it. For instance, if they have, if their finding is that they're not following their travel policy, so when they do travel, they have to follow the policy. And like when they go travel, they do a travel authorization. Then when they get back, they close it, and then they make sure that it's closed in the accounting and the financial report. So a lot of that is a daily activity for them when they're sanctioned, and even when they're under corrective action plan. It's not a time that where they're going to say, well, I'll implement my corrective action plan tomorrow or next month. It's every day. Does that make clarity for the timelines? It varies. It will vary for all chapters.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Honorable Claude, does that answer your question? Thank you. Is there any other questions from our honorable RDC colleagues? Honorable Simpson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, members of RDC, presenter, excuse me, no, you know, right here. A couple of questions. I'm not sure who took my binder here. So, I was looking at the ASC, and I believe there's ASC in Crown Point. Can you give me the locations of the ASC?
I don't have that list.
Ask on Ms. Begay, because she's delegated.
Okay. Ms. Begay, are you online?
This is Patricia.
Patricia, how many ACA administrative centers, service centers are there on Navajo Nation?
Okay, we have 8 area offices, 1 in Crown Point, 1 in Gallup, 1 in Shiprock, 1 in Kayenta, 1 in Chindy, 1 in Western Tuba City, and then 1 in Delcon office, and then my office is in Wonder Rock in the DCD office. So there's 8 offices,
but we have a SPPS and an ASO and the office support staff at each site. And then we have the central administration, who's the department manager, the administrative assistant, and then the office assistant that's located. So we actually have 9 offices, but 8 area offices.
Okay, you have 9 offices. Do we actually need all 9 of them? Or can we consolidate the offices, maybe like Gallup and Crown Point? The reason being is that, we always talk about funding, revenues being decreased. And we'd like to see if we can consolidate some of these offices. Is that possible? Not just in 2024, but 2025, we might look into the consolidation of these offices. Is that possible?
That could be possible. Right now, the 8 offices that we have are according to the delegates district. So let's say, for instance, for my office, I have the Delegate Jesus' 2 chapters. I have Delegate Azareth, and I have Delegate.
Patricia, Danny.
Go ahead.
Delegate. Just look outside of Delegates district. Don't look at Delegates district.
Okay.
Let's look at the chapters. Let's look at the
Okay.
chapters.
So yes, we could possibly combine them.
Yeah. So it's not, forget about Delegate district, but let's look at the chapters. Is there a way we still can consolidate centers, certain accommodate the chapters? Because every time we say something, we always say Delegate district or regions.
Okay.
Let's look at the 110 chapters. Now, we can work with 6 offices out there, or six centers out there. It's possible that we cut 2 centers down, and that would save us a lot of money to go to other services for our Navajo people within Division Community Development. Would that be possible to cut down to 6, along with your office here in Winter Rock or St. Michael's? So it'd still be 7. Is it possible for look into that for FY 2025?
It could be possible. If that's something that we can explore, it could be possible in the future. Right now, having 16 to anywhere from 12 to 16, 18, 20 chapters for one office, it's still a high number.
But that was done when it was a local government support center. We had just one in Eastern Agency overlooking 31 chapters.
And that would be a high number for the one office for 3 staff members.
I'm assuming that when it was local government support center, Eastern local government support center oversaw 31 chapters. And to me, I think right now we have what you just mentioned, 9 centers. I think we can make do with 7 centers if we start looking into how we can go about it for FY 2025.
We could explore those options. I'm just wanting to, we would have to do that for 25, but that's something that we have to do. We can surely explore those options.
Okay, so we had local government support centers prior to the ASC, and we only have 5 local support centers overseeing 110 chapters. Now we have 9, and when it was local government support center, they only have 4 staff per center. Now we have 9, and when the ASC was established and proposed, it was to cut costs down. But it seems like it's more money now going away from the local government support center, 5, 9 ASC. So, Patricia, I just want to bring that up, and Ms. Khan, how would we go about that? Would that be, I don't want to use a COA or specific concern?
You can do a work session.
For future purpose, we could go explore those options.
Ariana?
Vice Chair, Madam Chair, members of the committee, there's a couple ways of exploring that, and one is to do a directive to have the Division of Community Development present plans for such a transition, and what that would look like, and where the facilities would be, and the staff would be, and come up with a rough idea of funding for such a staff in the service areas that they would use. But that could be a directive to provide the beginnings of a plan, or have alternative plans to present to RDC. And then RDC would decide what legislation would be needed to implement such a change.
Is there a way you can provide claims for the directive?
Okay, yes, I can.
That could be incorporated into the legislation?
Yeah, we could do the directive at the end of the legislation, have it included at the end of the legislation
That works.
for a specific task.
That works.
Okay. Do you still want them to be called
No, just say, start exploring.
Exploring, okay, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Does that satisfy your question?
I think Madam Chair has a question.
Yeah.
Okay. Madam Chair?
Vice Chair, I want to add to the discussion that Honorable, Simpson brought up. It is really great, and, Ms. Khan, maybe with that, if, administrative service and along with the administration for DCD was to do a cost-benefit analysis of the 8 or the 9 current ASC, what are like their individual hub operation costs and employee wages, what is their total cost? And then comparing it to bringing it back down to maybe 5 or 6 sites, and what would be the cost then? Because I know that they have to pay rent and whatnot, and maybe this will also, be good to where now that there's going to be more focus on trying to meet the needs of, the chapters, out in the greater part of the Navajo Nation. So that's what I just wanted to add. Vice Chair, back to you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go to the, get a follow-up question with, Delegate Simpson first, and then we'll go to, Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Research Development. Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Chairperson. Mr. Castillo, again, going back to your, administration, Division Community Development Administration budget, goes back to, Fajardo Solid Waste Station. They're giving them $62,000. Again, as I stated yesterday, all 110 chapter are requesting transfer station for the solid waste. Why is it that the only fund is Fajardo? I have a follow-up question after that, too. Steve.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, Cash, and Kitty. That I have to research. That was already established, that one, and the one at, San Juan. I'm pretty sure there was some type of certification done with chapters and, the officials that run those in. There has to be some type of training and some type of, certification for the outfit to take over. Then they came up with an agreement of what the cost is gonna be, and all that. But, once we have the, solid waste program, once we put somebody in there, we can work with the chapters to develop that, and hopefully we have a grant writer by then, we can seek funds.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, and members of RDC. I think we need more clarification, because I don't know, I'm just assuming that there's a contract in place for, like, waste management for Navajo, solid waste, I can't remember what the, company's called, Navajo.
CCRC.
Okay. And I don't know if you have a transfer station already, and your division is paying for that, those services. We'll have a transfer station there, take away those, trash bins, put a new, keep the trash bin there. So I'm kind of assuming how it's working here. The reason I'm bringing this up is because in San Juan County, New Mexico, we're very fortunate we have transfer stations in our communities. Burford and Nageezi, we have 2 transfer stations run by San Juan County. And it's something that we're very fortunate to have that, but yeah, even though people have to pay for disposal of their solid waste. But, McKinney County is totally different. Right now, I have Crown Point chapter, and I have, Standing Rock. They do have a small transfer station with a big trash bin, and, Standing Rock and Crown Point have to pay for the trash bin. They do charge to have people dispose of their trash there, household trash, but it's coming out of their own budget. So, if I guess they're very fortunate that's happening where your office is paying for their little transfer station to have, people throwing their household trash there, and you paying for it, you the trash bin away and bring another one. That's probably how much it costs, like $52,000 a year. So if that's the case, if that's happening, I like to see Crown Point and Standing Rock had that thing service or my college here. Got an application 110 chapters. I know I'm asking for a lot, but not one chat should be favored. All chats should be considered. But like I said, on San Juan County side, the chapters I represent, we're fortunate we have transfer stations that are under San Juan County, New Mexico area. So that be key say that. And I'm just going to say, okay, I looked into it, but if you're funding their transfer station, you got to look at other chapters that need to have a funding. Same as Wahazna. Yeah. So any kind of case. Now, on the other hand, these vacant positions within the chapters, CSC, AMS, and again, thank you so much, Mr. Castillo, for finding money within your division to put these AMS positions back in place. But I wish Human Resource Director was still here. What is the problem, or what are the problems? Why is it taking so long to hire these individuals? Sometimes we're going to advertise it, then you wait. And it's not your fault. I don't know if you're submitting the paperwork, your division or your department are submitting the paperwork to have our personnel to advertise these positions. So it kind of goes back and forth. Departments are not submitting the paperwork to advertise positions. We submit our paperwork to have these positions advertised. We're waiting on personnel. It kind of goes back and forth. And it's just frustrating to see that. Because if you look at Eastern, there's a lot of vacant positions for CSC and AMS. So I have 4 chapters that have 4 AMS positions abolished, but you put them back. So I'm not sure why it's taking so long. Personal, prime example. They've been without CSC, AMS for 3 years, and it goes back and forth. It's personnel. It's the department not requesting the position to be advertised. And it's advertised again, it's taken off for another 6 months. So it's kind of, don't know where the problem's at. I don't know. And I know you've only been in this position for, 6 or 7 months now, 5, 6 months. But I wish the Department of Personnel was here to get that information. Because okay, so I did, so I want these positions filled, but I want to where people work together and to make it happen. I don't want this pointing fingers saying it's department's fault under Division of Community Development or personnel. So, so if these positions are not filled during FY 2023, which is almost over, I'd like to start seeing these, positions advertised. Your division and personnel working together. Because when I look at these positions, next thing, Hertfield's position of, the CSC is not advertised. I looked at it this morning, but AIM is advertised. Now, Yeezy, the CSC is advertised, but not, I'm sorry, CSC is not advertised, but AIM is advertised again. And that's what we're going through every single time. And I told, one of these days, these positions stay vacant. I guarantee it's going to be abolished. It happened. But I appreciate that. But it happened. If we don't fill these vacant positions right away, it will be abolished. And we saw that yesterday when you present your budget. So, that your department and your personnel on the line, please work together to get these positions filled. Yeah, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, thank you. Members of RDC, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Simpson. We do have, Personnel Management, Thomasita Woody on the call. Mr. Castillo, I'd like to go ahead and, give her some time to.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. Yes, would you please give Ms. Woody, the floor?
Yeah. Ms. Thomasita Woody, you on the call?
I am. This is Thomasita Woody, Human Resources Director. I didn't fully hear the concern or the question, and so I can provide a form of response.
Okay, we're gonna have Delegate Simpson.
Vice Chair and Madam Chair, members of the RDC, you know, what I said, I think Mr. Castillo can convey that information to the individuals on the line here. So I think that needs to be done. So Mr. Castillo, can you convey the information what I stated in our meeting? So I appreciate that. Yeah, Vice Chair and Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of Resources and Development Committee. The other area of concern that I have is under CPMD. It was shared with us by Office of Management and Budget yesterday. The dollar amount of $365 million worth of projects that are idling out there that I'm assuming were funded through U.S. Treasury, and I don't know if some of these are with the New Mexico Capital Outlay Project dollars. And there was a condition of appropriation summary that was issued for Division of Community Development. It said, DCD administration shall research and determine the feasibility and shall develop proposed plans for all 110 chapters to purchase and install new state-of-the-art computer equipment and software that will allow members of the public to easily access Navajo Nation forms and applications for purposes of applying for COVID financial-related assistance. And it says, regarding these tasks, the DCD director shall present a verbal written report to Resources and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee by the end of first quarter FY 2023. But in this case, the first quarter, there was no response, so technically, Office of Management and Budget did deem it non-compliant. Now, with that said, Shanani, Mr. Director Castillo, I know that Capital Projects Management Department is understaffed with so many projects that need to be built out, and for the reason I believe the previous division director had decided to award the IDIQ contract. Now, with that said, it is a concern with this ARPA because you know that we are pressed against a hard deadline, and we're talking, you know, U.S. Treasury. They're not going to allow the extension easily. We're going to have to really advocate for it as to why. So I know that right now to get a lot of these proposed projects under the list that was given to us by OEB yesterday, the U.S. Treasury chapter projects I think now is the time to really relook at this with your IDIQ, consultant and see which of these, projects are really able to get encumbered or built out. Because we still have to do the RFP, the selection, the 164 review process, and you gotta get it encumbered again through sub-recipient agreements, or I don't know how this is gonna go, through a professional services contract, account numbers again, and, are we even gonna meet that deadline of June 30th of 2024? That's a big concern. Maybe now is the time to start strategizing. What projects out there, aside from chapters, maybe with the divisions, because right now we're in need of some better office complex buildings. A lot of our departments are scrambling for office spaces. Maybe this is the discussion you need to have with President Nygren. What is going to be Plan B? It's better to have a Plan B and a Plan C. So, I know you have a big task. You're understaffed for one, but I really do see that Division of Community Development really does need some sort of assistance through workforce. Whether if it's more consultant that you need, but budget thing, and I know this is what divisions and departments usually do. They start transferring, making budget transfers after budgets have been approved and count numbers have been set up and everything. So in order to meet this milestone, this is a huge milestone, and I don't think the Navajo Nation's ever got this magnitude of money for projects. But I really think that we need to start strategizing now, because I, for one, don't want to give no more hardship money to our constituents. Why? Because based on the Hananas, Miohago, border town, so then we're going to put more money into their pockets or take it to the casinos. Electricity, telecommunication, and should we get hit with another pandemic as such, we're still going to be at the same spot we were several years ago. So, I don't know if you've been strategizing on this type of a plan, but I just wanted to share that with you in regards to this CPMD for budget EGDO with all this additional list of projects that they have. So I just wanted to make that statement, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I apologize, Mr. Stowe, I missed you in queue.
I think that I was looking at the vehicles today, and the vehicle rental rates and things like that. And I know that the Navajo Nation Fleet Office operates his vehicles, and the idea that she's for but as an example, public safety purchases the vehicle straight out of the public safety contract. I'm not too sure if I know that SHID has a contract. I don't know if you guys' vehicle is bought out of your 638 contract that you have for home improvement program. But what I'm getting to is that that's bought out of the $38, and leads the SHID, I think it had 9 vehicles, you're saying, that you guys were requesting. So what I'm getting to is that these vehicles, they're Navajo Nation owned, and on top of it, we're charging them a mileage program. And on top of it, I was looking at the sales tax ratio that's been submitted on it. So the 6%. And I think that that's Navajo Nation property. And I get the mileage to the fleet management. I'm thinking they have a proprietary account over there that which these dollars go into the mechanics there, manager. But the sales tax, and this is to, legislative council, could we, possibly, can you look at possibility, researching, if we could waive the sales tax provision, requirement of them paying the sales tax provision, from here to, council. That way, overall, Navajo Nation Council, the odds, if everything is okay and if it requires the council to waiver that portion of the law, we could automatically do that there with the comprehensive budget. That way we can waive the sales tax. I think, at SHID, I was looking through the numbers, and if they could reprogram $8,000 and about $8,000 into somewhere else that you really need the dollars. So, but bottom line, what I'm getting to, that vehicle is the Navajo Nation's vehicle. On here, general fund, a sales tax, but on that, the job. Listen, council, see if we could find that and see if we could even if see if it's even doable, or do we, or if we could waive a certain provision at council so that, these dollars could be reprogrammed into other areas for direct services to be provided. I was looking at one number, and they pay about 400 and number was about anyway, but I did run my numbers, but the sales tax on the vehicle, that's a straight out Navajo Nation vehicle. I understand paying the sales tax like at the stores and things like that. Say like if it was a dealership that was on the nation and you're buying a vehicle, the sales tax would apply there. And what I'm getting to is that as the sales tax that is collected by our travel program, are they taking it in, as they are depositing it into the general fund. But the other is that in the earlier discussion pertaining to chapters, and somewhere we have to find a solution to all of these issues. And no matter what type of direction happens, I don't have to know how to know what it is. And that's just important. And that's what's going to be portrayed. But again, you have positions out there that are still open. And Honorable Simpson, maybe it's because somebody maybe it's too far for them to drive. I don't know. Maybe no one will want to apply for it. I don't know. And what do you do in those at that time if no one don't want to apply for the position? Because whether it's Calvin or whether it's personnel say, oh, no one applies, you've got to reopen it. And then it goes back through the process again. And then it's open again, and no one applies again. Oh, no, okay. Until somebody applies, and maybe that information would be very helpful. And based off of that, that data, we could look at, even a person will not apply. I'm just on the chapter. I'm not saying the chapter is like that. Let's say Twin Lakes. Okay, maybe say they had a CSD position that was open 10 times and nobody applied. you know, each, what is, each, is it the salary amount? Is it the, and that ties to Department of Personnel the personnel. They were doing a salary, schedule, or a salary study. What are the timelines on that? Because when that salary study is completed, and, the issue is gonna come up when these, adjustments happen to employee salaries, how we can pay for it. And the audit, adjusted to change that, but check out the way it is. So it ties into that. And maybe, or maybe even dividing up another neighboring chapter that has CSC to expand their authority to work with two chapters. Because if they can't get a CSC in that certain chapter, why can't they utilize the other chapter to help them out? These business will continue to move forward at the local level, because you had there was an incident where there was no coordinator, but the next person in line there did some things, and there was a financial issue. What happens if there's no CSC? What happens to the financial transaction? Is that chapter even authorized to move forward with financial transactions? I'm sure there's policies that's in place that covers that, but, you know, realistically, what happened to this chapter, to the chapter that was in that scenario, you know, what's that? Even you know, it delays chapter services at the local level. And somewhere we have to figure out how to tackle this matter here. So,
Speaker, so I'd like to give it back to Castillo.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So, again, I didn't see it on, so I'll have, just, answer.
Trisha, got the floor.
That's our trap and the Clayton. That's our trap, or the
Sit closer to the speaker, wax.
So, I was trying to respond to an email to Mariana, but can I also ask you to repeat the question that you were asking? I'm sorry, I was trying to respond to an email.
Every 20 minutes.
I do apologize.
Can you replay the recording? No, the CSC positions that are vacant, no, sure. It's all right.
I can respond.
I'm fine.
Okay.
There you go.
Let me just kind of give you guys an overview on why it's been difficult to hire the CSCs and the AMS into those positions. Now that we have that provisional one, we started processing interested candidates that were interviewed. So we have some positions going in there, some people going into those positions. Right now, maybe we have about 10. But what usually happens is when we advertise, because, there's a whole lot of lists. And when we advertise, usually in the chapter at the local level, sometimes we don't get any applications. Sometimes we can advertise forever, we still don't get any applications. So one of the things that the AFC tried to do in the past was try to get the referral to us so we can do the assessment. But now now DPM is responsible for the referral to do the assessment. But it's just a matter of having people apply. And then when they get to the DPM and they get assessed, if they apply and if they don't qualify, then they don't get referred to us. So there's a lot of things that happen with those positions. They're just sitting there. So one of the things that we, at least in my area, what we're doing now is that those staff members that have were with the Navajo Nation or they want a job, we ask them to apply on temporary basis. So when the position is advertised, we have them apply, so we fill them. Then they have the opportunity to apply for the permanent position. And at least in our area, it has worked a little bit better. So those are some of the things that we're trying to do, is try to utilize temporary employees, train them, and then put them in the permanent position. Now that the provisional, we're using those provisional to hire. So in fact, I have like 2 people on board now in the last 2 weeks, just because we were able to get them on board on temporary. But we do have, they're now coming in. I can't speak for all the regions out there, but, it's just been difficult, especially in the rural area. So now our advertisement, or what we've been doing, is trying to get it to the chapter, trying to ask the chapter to advertise, trying to get the word out there. One of the things that, because my delegation is short-term, we're trying to also want to do like a schedule just to go from one area to another, just to do maybe some type of recruitment at the local level at each region possibly. That would really help some of the chapters there. I haven't proposed that to any of the SPPS, but that's one of the things that I sure like for them to do, is do some recruitment locally. If you have a HR background, you can always receive the application. You can review them and identify that this person may qualify for that position. So you kind of push them forward. So there's some ways that we can actually do that. But right now, it's just sitting there. I'm sure DPM is doing their best. We are doing our best. And there's still a lot of other positions that haven't been advertised, which we'll be following up with DPM. But I think they've picked up enough that we're expecting them to give us the referrals quicker than it was before. And a lot of this hit with the pandemic. So.
Yesterday, there's still follow-up?
Just a follow-up. And I think one is that national scholarship and we're not allowing them to be tied to course detail. Scholarship or things like that. And I think that somewhere we have to attach a string to it to indicate that we come back to work for the nation for a 2-year expansion period, and you bring them in as CSC, or hire summer students, summer youth students, open up. Maybe they'll do a better job. No. That's, that's just something to think about, because all of these positions, it's not as if these line items don't have physical best point. It's something, and that will at least give them the experience, because a lot of them, they'll come back and they'll say, DPM told me that I have no experience, or I'm underqualified, no experience, because they didn't work. And that's the thing, is that when they're in school, they're not working and feeling that experience. No experience of it, so that's just something to think about. And I think as a policy maker for the nation, we need to look at how we could try to bring them back, to be in this position, because those dollars that come in the name of the Navajo people. For the direct service dollars, to give it there, for them in there, to give them a glimpse of what Lady Idaho and Lady Denehas out in Idaho. So that's just a glimpse of it, and I know that's a long shot to do, but open on top of it with that. You look at the graduation rate today, this year, you know, NAU, Fort Lewis, San Juan County, Cotegal, just OU and them. How many of them graduate all on Navajo scholarship, and where are they going? You know, over that. But that's just my thought. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker Stowe. Go ahead, give it back to, Gay.
I want to thank you. I appreciate this time that I'm able to come to the RDC meeting, and I please try to make provide you guys some information. I've been on your phone call from before I started, and I know I got a lot of questions, a lot of things that you guys provided as far as concerns for your community, or even the 110 community chapters. And I agree with you all a lot of those things. Having a high balance at the chapter level, how come we can't get these people hired? How come the PEP is short term? So all of this stuff that the chapters do at the local level, it all pertains back to the laws of the Navajo Nation. And I had mentioned prior that the Navajo Nation they need to go back and revisit those laws that were made under TCDC, because it has restricted a lot of the chapters to move forward and spend their money. Even when we try to put in the chapter budgets where we can train a PEP and put them in an AMS position. But those PEP positions are very short term, they're only 90 work days. That's only like 5 to 6 months. So that's what keeps the chapters from having to have these people, these PEP workers continue employment for a year. Almost 6 months of 90 work days, another mission. And then they have to redo the recruitment, selection, and hire again. So it really interrupts the chapter level operation. Although some chapters immediately just make decisions that we can't get anybody in here for PEP, no, so they just continue, they just extend these chapters, or these people that are working. So when the Auditor General comes back and looks at the review of the personnel recruitment selection, if they don't follow that recruitment selection, that's when that becomes a finding. So in Chichigo, we try to tell them, follow your policy. It really interferes with the workflow on a daily basis. Then you have to tell them, later 1 month, let's see, or the advertise, let's say if you need a heavy equipment operator, if you need a custodian, you need 1 month, under 10 days to advertise. If you have applications, you have time to interview, then you have overlap it to have your current OA train this person to keep the flow. So there's a lot of things that we need. I'm going to say we because I'm part of this department as well as the Navajo Nation. But a lot of things need to be revisited. And I've mentioned this many times, but since I had the opportunity to tell you that now, I'm letting you know that there is a lot of work to be done for ASC as well as the chapters. Although work session happening, and so one time I thought you guys were going to have a work session. There's no lunch in there, because so basic national, for 2-3 days, I just bought in WHDT. I had one chapter that I worked with, they had a 5 management system, 5 management policies, 8.5 days a day, We had to go through every 3 days I've been there, and those 8.5 days, we didn't get the chance to finalize it. So there are a lot of issues in there, and I just want you guys to understand that, In case they'll be lucky, chapters be lucky, we really want them to be on top of things with their the policies, the emergency management plan, say about 3-4 years ago, that they were put into positions of appropriation AM de Santo National. Ako, ayon sa session, versus, the thousand dollars. ROT, Kodo, CSC, the AMF, and the internship. What's wrong with internship? Can't we bring some of them in? It was out of bounds, this case, though. They call it, but, you know, that really would help us if the Navajo Nation can consider some type of internship for local government. For that, Aggie, the also, for a year or 5 years, shake of it, because that, oh, I can't, I do apologize that I wasn't here at the beginning, and I was up on the road, like I said, those roads were rough, so kind of kept me from getting here earlier, so thank you, yeah.
Okay, real quick, before I go to, Madam Chair Seuss, and then next to, Honorable Claw, I just want to make a comment, there's, about this, these positions at the chapter. I have a chapter, Talani Lake, that has an office assistant that's well qualified for the AMS position. Recommendation was made by the CSC to ASC, you know, for this position, for her to fill this position. Years, it's been going on years now. They filled out the application, everything like that, and it's just been sitting there. So, you know, that needs to be, you know, fulfilled now. You know, I don't know, I know you mentioned that, you know, there's all these hiccups, you know, within this system. But if somebody followed the process, somebody filled out the application, have the qualifications, you know, they need to get that job. They're from that community. So that was my comment. So I'll go and give the floor back over to, Madam Chair Seuss. Any question?
Yes, yeah, Vice Chair Johnson. Earlier, Shigash Kudo, Honorable Aruso brought up a good point. I don't know if these are new laws that were amended to the, sales tax of 6%. It appears now that under fleet, the monthly mileage and the, premium costs now have, 6% sales tax that has to be added to it. So for the whole division of community development, based off of the budget, detailed, report that I looked at, $16,062.72 is how much of that 6% sales tax is being, added to the fleet 3111G, level 6, object code. So I'm just wondering, if laws, had changed to the sales tax to now start charging to fleet, monthly mileage, because this is something that's puzzling, and just like Honorable Aruso mentioned, you know, this could be areas where the departments now can utilize the funds where they see, you know, a bit of a shortfall, maybe putting it back into, operational costs as office supplies or non-caps or whatever, but I just need that clarification if it was given to you all through the BIM, or I don't know when these changes were made. I don't know if you have any answers to that. So back to you, Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to give the floor back over to, SBA for your response.
As far as the 6% for sales taxes, I know that, at least at the chapter level, they get the sales taxes. But at our level, this is something new that I'm not aware of, that there's,
It's in the budget.
but anyway. Budget. I'm not aware of that.
All of the budgets have that.
All of them have it, use that one as an example.
Okay. Sure.
So all of them, this is the see, all of them have it, even ASC, you have it under your
Group A and Group B, I think,
6% sales tax, which brings up the cost even higher, so ASC could use those dollars, and it's like that everywhere across the board, even admin. So I'm just wondering, is there a new rule under, tax commission that they did this?
see the often on the side, 6% all the way down. That's the reason why it's increasing your budget.
Budget, so we're putting, we're paying sales tax at 6%.
Is that mandated now?
I'm not sure why that's in there, but we can probably get some information from. Let me get
Look at DED, look at DED.
Same way, right? Same way?
I think there's two groups of vehicles. One is for, our department-owned vehicles, and then the other one is fleet, that's fleet department-owned vehicles. So I'm assuming that they're just charging us that 6% for that purpose.
No, under DED as well, admin. Oh, well, maybe that's where,
Yeah, fleet, we have vehicles that are under fleet that they're charging us for, and then, I think out of our own budget, we only have like three vehicles that are purchased by the program.
Okay, while we're, trying to find out how that was, implemented in the budget, Madam Chair, do you have anything else? Questions or comments?
no, I'm done, Vice Chair. Thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead and, give the floor over to, Delegate Shannon Clark.
Okay. Well, good afternoon and thank you again. And then, while we are on the budget here, I just want to reiterate what Shannon Danny Simpson stated as far as, Bajalan, the transfer station. I do agree, although it is written as a grant, I do feel that I have to answer to 16 chapters within central agency. And I know that, for Chinle, we do have a transfer station, and we are trying to implement a solid waste program. So I will be questioned why I allowed for one chapter to get through, without consideration for our own chapter. And when I did look at the Eastern Agency, budget for Bajalan, I believe they were one of the chapters that also had the most funding. So they had $290,763 for their chapter. And so I too feel that, I think they could have contributed part, but as, Mr. Castillo stated, he doesn't have, the agreement in place to look at or to refer to. But under, the 8700 grant section, you're giving them $62,878, which is a lot of money. We're looking at programs here that could operate under that amount of money. So I do want to revisit that, because I think the whole intent of a grant is that the chapter does pay into it and that you don't pay the whole thing for them. And so, I too want to just stress that on behalf of central agency. So I don't know if it would be too difficult to get a copy of that agreement now before we move on with our budget. Otherwise, I think that could be an amendment. I think that the chapter, the county, and that could be a three-way split. So if you split that dollar amount into three, that might be their new grant amount. But I don't know, that would be a question for Mr. Castillo, if you have their agreement in place where we could see that before we move on. Otherwise, my recommendation is to make a budget amendment for that amount and decrease it so that there's a cost share. So I'll go ahead and turn it over back to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Claw. Go ahead and, give the floor back to Mr. Castillo to respond.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and so Honorable Bob, we're looking up the agreement now, so we can print it and you guys can look at it.
Mr. Castillo. Honorable Claw.
Okay, and then, regarding the ASC, I'll go back to, the Gay there. I'm very thankful that you're here, and thank you for making your journey this way to answer the questions. One of the questions I want to, pose to you, and this is just a comment, like food for thought, as we approach our work session, ASC really needs a compliance section. Because, one of the conditions of appropriation I did make is that chapter should have that emergency management plan in place. That's that's a requirement by all chapters for their certification. However, there are certified chapters that do not have that plan in place. And I did use Chinle as an example. So let's say you do a 10% condition of appropriation for Chinle, and if I look at Chinle's, budget here, I believe they're like in the 400,000 here. So 477,748, because they did not have an emergency plan in place, I had to do a legislation for $220,000. And we know that monsoons are gonna hit every year. We know winter snowmelt's gonna hit every year. So for the council to keep infusing half of their regular budget is just not gonna be sustainable. It cannot be a recurring amount every year. And so the condition of appropriation would be if, the chapter does not have an emergency plan in place, the 10% of that would be about $47,000 that the chapter would have to subtract from their non-administration funding. So I think that ASC, if these conditions of appropriation are tied into the budget, there has to be someone within ASC that's gonna help ensure these chapters are getting just even a basic template, to bring DOJ to the table to meet with the chapters. And that's the portion that I'm looking towards, and I hope that you can make note of that, so that when we come back together as a work session, that you have a plan, of how we can address that. And then we talked about the sanction chapters, and I think that's where that compliance portion will come in. And then also, as Delegate Simpson stated, we do need to think of it more as a holistic picture and not delegate regions, because I think if we compartmentalize the person's thinking, then they start saying, well, that's not my chapter, so I don't want to do that. I only have these two chapters here, or this one chapter. So, that's all I'm asking, is that just keep an open mind, and that we are trying to look for, ways to make our programs more efficient. So just wanted to comment that, so I'll turn it back over to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Claw, for your comment. Do you guys wanna, Gage, do you have a comment or kind of a follow-up on?
Yeah, I just want to, make a comment, and I do agree with, Delegate, that the division itself should have a compliance section. There needs to be more of a different structure right now, and I think I mentioned this many times as well, is that, why, I'm gonna say this, if I get in trouble, So the division is running on silos. There's ASD, CPMD, CHIP, real addressing, they're all silos. My office should be able to have someone of everybody to work with. I should be able to convey to the chapters that, look, where's the project for this chapter? What's my team? But what I'm doing now is I'm running down to my chapters are asking me, I'm running back to CHIP, sometimes I have to go to CPMD, ARPA, and to get the answer back to the chapters. And I've mentioned this many times, so I hopefully in this new administration that we would go back and restructure our division because it's not working as it is. That's why you guys are having a lot of questions for us. And it always comes back to ASC, SPPF having to answer. So I should bother them sooner. So it would be a good idea to have a compliance center. Our compliance, our ASOs are the person who we rely on compliance. At least in my area, and we all operate differently too, is that we do assessments on the chapters. When they're under a chat with their sanction, we go back and do another assessment on it. That just determines internally to sit down with the chapter staff and the chapter officials and tell them, okay, you're just finding, you're doing good, this one you need to do, you need to pay attention to. So we give them a report, and that report that we put together for the chapter, we send it to the Auditor General. So the Auditor General has an idea of where they're at. So that's how we've been working with our chapters, but all of our different sub-offices, we all have different ways of providing TA and guidance to the chapters. So, and I do agree, we do need to consider a compliance section. There is so much more to consider. I know we have a small budget, but we do have a lot to offer from ASD to the chapter. But we just can't do it, especially because of the way we're structured, okay? I could go out and do a lot of training to these chapters day in and day out, but I'm only one person. So there's a lot of things that we need to consider, and I hope that as policymakers, that you'll consider something in the future for ASD as well as the division as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You take it over to, Delegate Simpson and then yourself.
Thank you, Ms. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, members of RDC. Mr. Gay, thank you for your answer some of our questions here. And I'm glad personnel's here too. Thank you so much. It goes back to my brother here mentioning one of his chapters and having an individual that's been applying for the AMS and has been, I guess, a couple of years. And that's what I'm hearing out there. That we have some people. I'm not a human resource individual, but I know some people are eligible or qualified. And I'll use a Herfinal for example, Herfinal chapter. I don't know if she's overqualified, but she worked for BIA. She didn't really hold a high position, but just by looking at her, she's qualified to hold a CSC position. She applied numerous times. No response back from personnel. Don't know if it's been if her application has been reviewed. No response. I'm not putting on you, there's personnel here. And it's just frustrating. And again, we can blame COVID, but it's just something that I think we can also work through COVID. I worked through COVID, providing service for our Navajo people. Even though they told us to shut down, I still work on AZ chapter. But it goes back to for part of the problem. Again, as I stated before, it goes back to it's the program, not submitting the paperwork to advertise positions. We did submit the paperwork, but personnel is not advertised position. Again, as I stated before, the CSC for Nayizi and WRF are not advertised, but AMS for both positions are advertised. It goes back and forth. So O Corino, Kanana, Fika Shonda, because I did mention this before to, chapters, that we have to fill these positions, because one day it will be abolished. It happened. But Corino, Kano, who's Castillo, Shonikai, to put these positions back into the budget. But next year, when that happens, we don't fill these, big positions. And it goes back to saying, nobody, they are applying. Standard, it's called standard law, CSC. They had 2 individuals that applied, but they probably just gave up, because no response back on their application. So again, it goes back to pointing fingers. It's just not, really community development, it's through the whole Navajo Nation. So, somewhere down the line, we all need to work together to make sure that we, like I said, if somebody applies, their application are reviewed and responds to me, they're not qualified. Or you're overqualified. I don't know what you mean by overqualified. I don't know what that means. But it just seems like when we say overqualified, and I'm that person out there overqualified, we're just sending individuals, somebody that knows his or her job, go somewhere else and utilize overqualified, being overqualified to be a big asset to another entity, big company. And we let that person go that's willing to come back over here, that want to help our Navajo Nation. Are you overqualified? So, I'm going to get personnel. I'm scared off on this. I'm just looking back and forth here. So I really like to see these AMS positions filled by working with personnel. I think to me the tracks are hurting because I know staff. Herford, like Yeezy, are the main ones that I see within the 8 tracks I represent. That Herford both of it has been vacant. I mean, the CSC has been vacant for 3 years. The AMS has been vacant for 2 years. And same thing with now, with almost going to a year now for Yeezy and for these chapel both of them. So I can just imagine what other tribes go through. Me seeing this from Herford and Yeezy, I can see that for other entities. And I think we all have to come to work together. And going back to, as you stated, within the division, we have to work together to make sure we have we're all informed to convey that information to our Navajo people. From kids to solid waste, what's happening, is there going to be more money coming in, we have to know what's going to be happening to our community. So we all have to do the same thing. Same thing here. Division Community Development, with all these vacant positions, has to work with personnel. So going back to Mr. Castillo, and I brought this up to you yesterday, to Division Community Development. What policies or laws that we had to amend, or new policy laws that needs to be implemented to work things out? And Ms. Gates mentioned that some policies are in place that we can't really do anything. That some of the policies or laws that were approved by TCDC needs to be changed to work things out. That's what I'm talking about. But you guys are the one that knows where all the red tapes or officers are at. But you guys these laws. Yesterday, I had a meeting yesterday, and one individual, we're talking about homicide. I see this analogy here. Analogy, she said, how can we exercise certain consent on grazing to get right to way, or homicide beast, just downstairs. And this individual, we can't do it. We can't do it. That's all she kept saying to me. I said the laws can be amended to just that concern that it can be done as long as we. And she kept saying, no, we can't do it. We can't do it. The law states that laws can be amended to just these issues. I'm using an analogy here during my meeting. That's what I'm talking about. We said this division of economic development. I said the same thing. You guys are the ones that know where the officers are at because of the laws and policies. Let us know where we can amend laws or implement new laws by council or the oversight committee. Let's not talk about it. Let's do it. Let's do it within maybe 6 months. Let's make it happen so it makes your job easier. to get things done for our Navajo people. Some laws, that's why you have laws that we can amend laws. But with all divisions, within your division, what policy needs to be amended or new policy needs to be made for laws. But personality, these work these out, not just with division community and personnel, but the whole Navajo Nation. Again, there's a lot of pointing fingers that's happening today, a lot. Division A, just personnel, just A, it goes that route. So again, probably some at fault, there's some are at fault. Maybe some sectors are at fault. And I know that too. So by working here, we can get this resolved. So, hold on, and like I said, I don't do anything like judicial appropriation or let's say I don't do that. Oh no, so I like to really speak with Vince personnel. I should look at all 60. And same with personnel. If there's certain things that why there's some delays to review these documents and application or to move forward, let us know. We can work HESI to make this happen. I know you probably heard from HESI before. HESI probably the last 6 months. But how can we help in this resource development committee to make this thing happen? But like I said, my colleagues, we don't just talk about it. We want to say, let's implement these, get these amendments, get these laws. Okay, let's fix that. We put it back on you guys. You guys know, see this every day. So let us know what we can do to help us. Again, fill a lot of these vacant positions within the business community and in applications. So, thank you so much. Thank you, Vice Chair Cap.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson. I'd like to take it over to Speaker Stoll. You're next up in queue.
I think that we have the back to ASC and back that meaning that time to the chapters CSC position and the EMS position. We already did it here with council. We have positions called legislative district assistant. Ben only because it's ego. No, it's called ego. Without it has its own need. But the difference is political appointee. Why can't we establish that position as a political appointee under the executive branch so that the appointees could be determined from the executive branch, working with the division director and AMS. But we have to put amount or put money there because that's the only way they will apply. Based on the I think that position is what, 34,000? I think it's listed. And if we put on $26,000 more on there, it'd be worthwhile for someone to get chewed out at the chapter house. Is it worth getting chewed out for $34,000 a year at the chapter house? Is it worth it? And I think that we need to realistically look at that, and maybe that's a way, because you just look at the administration. I'm sure some other people didn't get these positions, and they're well qualified. And I think, looking at the rulings and things like that, I think that's the step that we would have to do, and whatever that amount is, you times that times 110. We have to infuse that in there to make that position attractive. And then it comes with the fringe benefit again. And why can't we, that could be thought about, even with the aims, the AMS what does, and then the other is, what does Amos do? There's the none. The other one is Bahadne. The transfer station, but he not done. I always say this, that when Tuba City, you know, I saw sales tax, I mean, Tuba City this, Tuba City that, and I always tell them, I said, and then done can, this was a raw bond, and you know, show. Nothing in Nahase, we didn't sneak that. Ako, even, I said, but no, before. Just do away with it. Because I don't know if you're tied to an agreement there. Just do it away. Do away with it. Me, Christian, for instance, the community of Gap, there's a transfer, there's a street transfer station there. We got the hydrogen. Cameron too. The other is at the cheese, Habitos, the net all Hachashi, enough. I think that the bigger thing is that I think for the solid waste, we have to look at taking revenues off the top of the funds that come into Window Rock pertaining to the Permanent Trust Fund, the derived income. This year, $200 million came in. The monies were taken off the top. Why can't we allow that money to be taken off the top? Because Washington, what is government is really supposed to fund? What are we supposed to fund? If you go off the reservation, what does government really fund there? If you go to Gallup and say, I guarantee you the county will not have anything. We don't have any earmark for it. You go to the state will say, I don't have no money for housing. So, what can, earlier, the term came up, is paradigm shift. When do we do that? And look at what government only funds. Because whether it's at the council level, whether it's at the Window Rock level, and at the chapter level, there's some chapters that are very good. There's bad apples out there. And those bad apples are making all the 110 chapters look bad. Whether it's because they're sanctioned, maybe they're sanctioned because of misspending and things like that. When do we go back to the drawing table and say, hey, you guys, not enough, I don't plan to be here in 20 years. But whoever fills my shoe in my position is going to say, what in the world did council do 20 years ago? So the audit, that can take care of the audit, that did it, that you did. No, as your program is one of the main programs, because I can never take and I just service. But you get this budget, but it's only the budget, last year's budget, what was budgeted to you? And that's what you got. And then based off of that, you budget that, and you were told to put a different number in. And you're just told what to do because you can train and none. Someone told you to change your numbers by $51,000, and that's what you did. And then somebody told Mr. Del Guy, last year's budget now, housing service, those vacant positions, or that shortfall in the fund is done. So that means that you're going to provide less service to the Navajo people out there. one Ali in the Negro in the Ecuador area, equally you probably have something to earmark it for. Issue, maybe to help the elder come in and hire another person or something, because they thought we're really privileged to live in town. There's some people that live out there, that live over the hill, that drives to work 1 hour. Wife last night went to a home that had no water. Electricity next door to Bonnie, and she can't get water because she lives in this high elevation. And her daughter asked, how come they don't have water? How come they live like this? Even now, because these things is robbing Peter to pay Paul. Impact. We are trying to fix the problem with what's going on funding with the chapter, but we are impacting other areas that these funds are supposed to impact. But so Nancy, I think thinking outside the box is something to look at. At the program level. You talked about changing policies that were in place that TCDC put in place. Let's change those. If we need to rescind it, let's rescind it. I think community development, out of the services that you provide to the nation, you are the community, the program that oversees and works indirectly with the Navajo people. And in my view is that I say that you need the actual budget that really determines what is your really need, your need, your mandate. Even now, because just looking at your council delegate budget, your carpenter budget. I'm sure that's a budget about No, looking at your carpenter budget, you have two funds that you have. But just think, if we would have gave you additional resources for carpenters, just to to replace a door, to replace a window. Thank you very much. They're going to take it to heart because they can't afford to buy that door jam, because it's either that they want to shock gas and appointment. And I think with the administration, there's something that we really need to look at is how do we get this budget to benefit the Navajo people indirectly? There's government service that is provided, yes, but they depend on how So I'm really glad that we're having this dialogue, because the bigger issue is based on this year we're only allowed to budget $200 million. Legislative branch, because the judicial, executive branch. So even now, we had all the money in the world. The Navajo Nation was a Fortune 500 company, and we would have been really trying to fund everything, the need. Community development, whether you're in the program management, the staffing, the AMS, and the trash and things like that. So ya da pita but yini na immunity a lele the whole state of the whole a na pisado na pia adi ya hali kuichi ina adi anko e bel o no ta ben ما عندوش شيء بس إنه اللي ده هذا الشيء I have this pin mixed up. This thing, I was 13 years old. Now, hey, how Sweden? هذا الشيء أنا جديد. Look at him. You okay? This is your council pin. Why are you giving it away? Do not meet. You served in council from 78 to 82 and 87 to 90. In all Kudotan, Bafa Newton Care, the Neva was in Hanito, a jelly, your by Bafa, are they your hotness? Don't know Hanita. You can't buy it. The na which is Misovis Alan Laja. Your hotness, and Nedo Quadat later. I mean, I would say that. Don't know how I'm here in my third term. It's not something that I wish on anybody. Oh, about it. This one's I want to go to the sun. I want it so far, he could even die. And now still. Even now. Not only young cat. I should ask DD and so I yellow to had I not yellow I not appreciate my thoughts, my recommendations to you and the faithful touches the dobe how initiation non all I use
Thank you, Sticker. So, you guys took some notes and recommendations on that. I'd like to take it back to the to the budget. Thank you for providing the documentation regarding the Baha'i chapter contract. So I'd like to yield the floor over to Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Madam Chair, members of RDC, staff, Tatiana. Mr. Castillo, and I think first I'd like to say thank you for the wise words sent out, Mr. Delegate Coates. Makes a lot of sense of what you stated. Mr. Castillo, on this contract, in reference to the Baja transfer station, I know it was signed by President Ned May 13, 2022. This contract still has to be paid. I mean, no end of us about it. There's a grant. And again, as I stated before, as being a delegate, representing maybe 4 chapters within San Juan County, New Mexico. We're fortunate to have 1, 2, 3, 4 transfer stations. Very fortunate. And yet people still have to pay to dispose of their solid waste. It's very minimal cost. And we appreciate that where our San Juan County Commissioner pushed for those things to have in place. But on the McKinley side, then probably certain counties don't provide those services to our communities. But they ask commissioners or people ask for our votes. And it comes back to how, illegal dumping is a big issue for us throughout the Navajo Nation. And I know you do have unmet needs for your solid waste management department. I guess you're asking for $845,000. $939, and it's much needed at the same time. But we still have some chapters that are aggressive that have their little transfer station working very well, but it's coming out of their budget. But this contract here is well worth over, I'm not sure how much, $171,486 for one community. And it was done under, NES administration, signed by Dr. Pearl Yellowman. And to me, it's some kind of special treatment, or special, I don't know what to call it, but somebody got, special treatment gets a grant. So, again, under unmet needs, see, cited your solid waste management department. I think you need to look, make sure your unmet needs to work with chapters first that have maybe a small transfer station that each community is paying for, or chapters to look into to cover some of their costs. Again, like I said, I have Crown Point, I have Standing Rock. They have a transfer station, but personnel takes away the trash bin, empty trash bin, empty trash bin, they're paying for it. And I know some other chapters are like that too. I'd like for you to look into that to see how we can cover some of their costs. I think the chapter will be very thankful if we can cover 50% of their costs or 60% of their costs to came with the transfer station. It's cost share between the nation and the chapter. I think they'll pretty much support that. So again, now I'm saying to not cover all the chapter. Somewhere down the road, we will have to go that route. But now it's something just going maybe 10 sites. That's Navajo Nation, 10, 11 sites. You don't want, this is just, these transfer stations don't have to be open every single day.
Yeah.
They can be open 2, 3 times a week, and it works. But we know one day doesn't work because that's happened with our San Juan County transfer station. Now, there's still illegal dumping going on because the county doesn't have enough revenues to cover, it used to be open 6 days a week, then 4, then 3, then 1. And we're pushing to see if the county can reopen these transfer stations three times a week, 3 days out of the week. So, I don't know, is there a possibility of unmet needs in there to start looking at some of these existing transfer stations that the expenses are covered by the chapter and help them out? Maybe we can cover 50% or 60% of the cost share. I don't know. Chapters that already had transfer stations. I'd like a response back, Vice Chair, from Castillo.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson. I'd like to get a response from Mr. Castillo.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Honorable Citizen United Committee. Yes, we will look into that, see how we can try to get the 66% cost share of these existing small transfer stations. Maybe we'll see if we put it in the budget, see if we get it unmet needs. I'll be working with some other outfits that know how to get funding for that. ADE will put a plan against that.
I mean, here's a start with somewhere. Okay. So just something, it's Vice Chair, something even with, start with, I know it's going to come a recurring cost, but maybe it's something, unmet needs, we can store that in there and see with the council, see if we can start something, because illegal dumping is getting really bad out there. It's really getting bad out there, and I know all my colleagues have problems with that in their communities, but it starts. We don't want where the chapters no longer can afford it. Then we had 20 transfers to shut down because the chapters can't no longer afford it. Shut down, guess what? We have problems with illegal dumping. So I think let's not react, let's start planning how we can help the chapters so our illegal dumping will not increase. So anything else, I think Vice Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson. Mr. Castillo?
Thank you, Vice Chair, Simpson again. Yes, we will be at the planning stage right now for all these transfer stations. We'll get a number of what out there is available. And like I said, I'm working already with the company that's going to help me put some type of plan together because I'm not a solid waste expert, so it can help me with that. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Castillo. Any other questions pertaining to the budget from my RDC colleague? Chairman Ness?
Thank you, Vice Chair, honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, Nandaro, Mr. Castillo, and your staff. Aro sa chu kada, paano nesundat ni haban na. Hadem peso, the kidla. Bahala actually is a pretty good chapter. It was a really good article on Bahala in the Navajo Times, and I believe it was Gallup Independent, based on this transfer station and how they were separating the aluminum, the plastic, and I don't know how much they charge, but I have two transfer stations at my two chapters. Between Nanzad and Upper Fruitland, we have a transfer station there. And everybody that uses that is on the south side of the river there. San Juan all the way down to Shiprock and Aquaki and Hogback, that uses that too. And then Shiprock has one. Ado Newcomb to Anigia, Sean Burnham get a hadith hinta. Hey, you have Sanasti, Table Mesa, Two Gray Hill, Catalina, Sheep Springs, probably Nashchidi, and that way they use that. Aquagi. So it's really good. Yat Egishit at Zegi Eyaha Hajoya Hikeko Ada. Ado the one over in Upper Fruitland and Newcomb, they never used to charge that. The county was okay with it. And all of a sudden, certain costs were rising. I don't know if that's how it was out there at Magigi and Herfno, at DZ, but they decided to charge people by the bag. So if you take like 6 bags over there, I believe it costs us like $3. They charge you $3. And that goes back into it, but there's always that part that the nation pays for that as well. The one that we had a meeting with San Juan County on, county, and maybe what we can do is have a Bahala provide a report at Nabikiatia and see what it is that they're actually doing with their transfer station. And I remember that article in the paper, and it's something that would be worth our while to look at. And they're also a LGA certified chapter. So, I'm sure they provide service to the surrounding local communities and chapters. Georgia. Gallup area south and the surrounding chapters. But I'd like to know also, Mr. Castillo, my question is, this grant, is it in your plan of operation? And how did they apply for that? And how did they qualify for that? That's my question. And, back to you, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. There's get a response from Mr. Castillo.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair. For the board, Honorable Nez, yes, it's in the plan of operation. The solid waste program was put back in there. So that's why we're trying to implement and put the staff in there, maybe to cover all the issues that you guys are talking about. Put somebody that can work with the counties and the commissioners, see what kind of agreement and grant can be put in place. And like I said, that person's also going to work on taking funds to go to fund those transfer stations. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Castillo. There's no follow-up to that. Is there any other from RDC colleagues have any questions on the budget?
Oh, I had one other question.
Okay, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you.
Chairman Nez, you got the floor.
Under the ASC office fees, Form 2 here, you have 7 chapters that are sanctioned. 38 of them went through their audits and currently trying to do some corrective action plans. Each quarter, okay, it has all 38s all the way across. Are you able to do all 38s every quarter? How is this? I was thinking maybe if you do 10, 10, 9, 9. That's what I was thinking. I just thought, you know, you're cramming 38 into just one quarter. Hey, ayubanshin now, Vice Chair. Thank you.
That's up to Chairman Nez. I'll put a good report to, Mr. Gay. Response?
Okay, so the 38 encompasses over all ASC. So each office, the ASC office that has sanction chapters or corrective action chapters, they're the ones that work with this. But we have, I have the list here, let me give you an example of how, so it's gonna cover 38 chapters per quarter, but all the ASC offices have at least several corrective action, plan chapters. So that comes back to per quarter, we're working with them at 38. Does that make sense?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gay. Chairman Nez, is that?
I'm good.
Okay. I'd like to, give the floor over to our legal counsel, Mariana Khan. You have the floor.
Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee, we were, Ms. Quinn and I were looking at, information with regard to taxation for the, vehicles that the program has bought, and, Ms. Quinn has some information that she has gleaned from the, BIM, the budget manual with regard to that question. If you would allow time for her to share that information now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Khan. Quinn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So the question was raised as to where this requirement came from for, fleet management charging the 6% Navajo Nation sales tax. With respect to the BIM, in section 9C as in dog, which talks about fleet management user rate. And I won't read the whole thing, but it says that the month, so basically the fiscal year 2024 fleet management user rates are shown in an appendix. And that appendix includes things like monthly rentals, mileage, and the vehicle type, and using the appropriate object code. However, this section of the BIM notes that the Navajo Nation sales tax is not included in the vehicle user rates, and therefore, programs must calculate on a separate line in the fleet object code the appropriate tax rates in addition to the fleet user rate. So the BIM is basically saying there needs to be a separate line for the 6% sales tax. If this committee is concerned about that and interested in some sort of a waiver of that particular sales tax, a waiver of the sales tax would need to come from the Navajo Nation Council. So the Resources and Development Committee can't really waive the sales tax with respect to this budget. So what the Office of Legislative Counsel is recommending is, if this committee wishes to do so, some sort of recommendation to the Budget and Finance Committee be included with this legislation 0165-23, basically recommending to the Navajo Nation Council that the sales tax be waived with respect to these fleet management user rates. So that would be our recommendation. I don't know if Ms. Khan has anything to add.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. Khan?
I don't have anything else to add, other than if you would like such a, language, then we would work on for the, to put in the legislation.
Okay. Well, thank you for, researching that and providing that information to RDC members. And right now, I'd like to, get the gavel back over to Madam Chair Seuss.
Yeah. The action on Shakotay, I got a breather. All right, so, it appears, just off of the dialogue that we've had to this point, every aspect of, concerns regarding, operations and/or the budget outlined here has been pretty much, voiced by members of Resources and Development Committee with recommendations, and hope that going forward, the division would be able to be open to more dialogue with Resources and Development Committee in regards to refinding some of these current policies. One of them that was mentioned was the TCDC, and then possibly even trying to, see what will happen with the legislation in regards to waiver of the 6% sales tax for the fleet expense for mileage and, the monthly fee. So with that, I don't know if, the division is able to finalize the, Exhibit B of the forms that were requested, that is an attachment to the legislation. So, I don't know if we have any legislative concern or COA, Rodney?
Madam Chairman, Mr. RDC, we do have legislative, concerns or conditions or appropriations, and it has been drafted by Ms. Khan. I have it printed. In addition to that, we do have that directive that was stated by RDC also that needs to be read into the record and voted on as part of legislation 0165-23. In addition to that, we need to make amendments to Exhibit A and Exhibit B, which I'm currently waiting on right now.
Okay. So, earlier, just to let, the members of RDC know, and I did get a response back from Ms. Khan in regards to this. Earlier, I had initially, filled out a COA, in request for all sanctioned chapters along with the corrective action plans that are currently in place, to get a report on the sanctioned chapters by the end of fourth quarter, and to have a corrective action plan in place by all chapters that had an audit finding, to have it captured in place by the end of fourth quarter. But, per Ms. Khan, that has to be a, resolution that has to be approved by RDC Budget and Finance Committee, which, BNF has the final, authority to approve. So again, this is just a regular process, so I know that this is per, title code, laws, so we just need to abide by that. But going forward, I'd just like to, recommend to Administrative Service Center to get us a list that will pretty much indicate which chapters are implementing or has implemented corrective action plans, along with which chapters are the sanctioned chapters, so that RDC can request to these chapters going forward into this new fiscal year to do, just even a report as to where they're at on their, status of corrective action plan, as being sanctioned chapters, because I know that there is a process that they have to go through. So so that one is going to be withdrawn by myself because it has to go through, legislation for RDC Budget and Finance. So it's able. So other than that, I think, there was a lot of good, recommendations that came up, some really good points that were brought up, which, DCD can go forward and see what would be the best way to address some of these issues. And I think a lot of it is policy revision. That TCDC format, I know a lot of it was like housing, the club, all that, day. So maybe now RDC can, rescind those legislations and work with AFC, DCD to, change it to the way it's currently structured right now, instead of, getting every chapter cornered in every way possible, and trying to expand and, how communities are set up and stuff like that at the chapter level. So it's able. So I don't know if, Division of Community Development, department managers of Division of Community Development have any final, responses, because I believe we're just waiting on the final, Exhibit B form. And E? Oh, A and B exhibits is what we're still waiting for. So I'll go ahead and allow, time back to DCD, and then, hopefully we can go ahead and approve the legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair Jesus, members of the RDC, Mr. Hanan, for giving me the time. One thing I want to do right now is introduce our new CPMD program director, Mr. Wayne Western. So he's, working on all our ARPA projects, CSM projects, all the projects. We just, from, the Department of Health, they dumped a lot of projects on us because their project managers could handle it, so he's taking all those on also. So, it is that there's a lot of other programs that are seeking our assistance in pushing their projects. So that's why we're putting a 5-year plan together, trying to put them in somewhere.
Bushy, you want to allow time to your department manager to introduce himself?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, RDC. My name is Dwayne Wasita. I've been with Ignon World to help Mr. Castillo with revamping the community development program. My background is well over 30 years of construction, working with the IEA, recreation and restoration work in housing. A lot of you all know even the housing industry. I came from housing industry well over 21 years there. So what I'm looking at is to contribute to what Mr. Castillo's vision is to rebuild the program back up, get the capacity to where we can all function the same. One of the biggest things is the communication skills. The other thing that was mentioned is self-monitoring. We deal with New Mexico state money, federal money, Arizona state money, Navajo Nation money, and establishing some type of self-monitoring program in the whole division is going to be something that will help assist us to monitor and meet those requirements. But there's a lot of reporting requirements I see that contribute to the program. So that's what I'm going to contribute to help him with all the regulatory background I have and then the industry standards. So appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Bushy, Honorable Otto Stokes.
Two things, Mr. Castillo. Again, this goes back to the community development, working indirectly with the chapters, the assisting the chapters through the process. And I serve as the chairman for the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, and we released some funds out to the former Bennett Creek area that were in escrow. There's the Navajo Hopi Land Commission resolution which amended the escrow account resolution and directed the Office of the Controller to release money out to the 9 chapters. But the certified chapters received the money, and just asking that maybe the issue is the non-certified chapters, and there may be chapters that are sanctioned too. So that dialogue, are they in dialogue? I have one particular chapter in Coppermine asking, what do we do? Who moves first? If the controller's office can't release these dollars, and you have Department of Justice over here saying, no, non-certified chapter, you can't get this out. So what I'm saying is that, we can't get these monies out to you because you're non-certified or you're sanctioned. So that dialogue, that process, since your program works indirectly with the chapters, I believe there's 4 chapters, yeah, they're certified chapters, they have it, but the other chapters are not certified. They need direction. Unfortunately, I'm not too sure if they're not reaching out to communicate, but resolution is out, implementing that, and my stance is we already released money out to non-certified chapters. If you look at the Agricultural Infrastructure Fund, so, what's the difference? But what I'm getting to is that maybe, the dialogue from your program to those non-certified chapters regarding the, former benefits escrow account money. Wonder I've been harboring them for so many years in a non-interest bearing account. Ako kadiyas, we have it in place, but chapter we're running into is that someone has to help us. Because it's bandit nada pa sa dito like. So ask those questions, and we're gonna have a land commission meeting, and once we get the report from the controller, we'll probably bring you in just for a refresher also, but it doesn't hurt to go ahead and move forth on it. The other is that I think you guys are almost all done with your budget. I was gonna add another thing in there, but because not printing it, so I'll just leave it alone and not it. But just along those lines, those 5 chapters in the western region, help them out to retrieve the funds. Because each region is, I think, coal mine, Cameron, copper mine, and Kibito. And, yeah, there's 4 chapters that's not certified. They need some sort of guidance to get funds. And, apparently they work through community development. Thank you.
Kaboshi, Honorable Arusto, for your final comment. We're getting the exhibits here. So I just want to acknowledge the staff and the Little Budget County, and Mr. Castillo for providing the updated true numbers. You know, in the accounting world, they use all these jargons as overstated or understated numbers, but we can't say that because I know these are, you know, the accurate numbers that was comparable to what was on the Form 1 budget. To your team, thank you again. So with that, I'd like to, any more other comments? If not, I'd like to go ahead and take it to Mr. Tahi for reading the legislative concern or COA and the updated Exhibit A and B into the record. Okay.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, Madam Chair, we need an amendment number 1 to reflect the exchange of Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, and Exhibit D.
Okay, so amendment 1 will be changing out Exhibit A, B, C, and D for Division of Community Development, right, Kokoshi? So, Shanat, these exhibits are going to be tied to the legislation 0165-23. So, the initial legislation that attached is to replace those needs. So, it's just replacing Exhibit A, B, C, and D. So that would be amendment number 1. So members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion? Okay, motion by Vice Chair Johnson. May I get a second?
Second.
Second by Honorable Naz.
And then Madam,
Okay, so now we'll have Rodney read the amendment number 1 information into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, amendment number 1 is exchanging the old Exhibit A with the new Exhibit A to reflect the new total amount, which is $750,658,872. Full exchange of Exhibit B with new Exhibit B, which is the Navajo Nation General Fund Comparative Summary. Column B reads as $18,684,517. Exhibit C is exchanged, old Exhibit C with new Exhibit C, which is an explanation for the oversight recommended changes in the fiscal year 2024 general fund budget, the increase or decrease of amount. Then we're going to exchange the old Exhibit D with the new Exhibit D, which is the Navajo Nation's recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. This includes budget unit number 108125 through -3000 Administrative Service Center. This is a conditions of appropriation. The Administrative Service Center shall assist and ensure that all 110 chapters complete the emergency management plan to ensure the emergency fund is being spent in an accurate with sound fiscal management principles. If the ASC does not help meet the goal of assisting to make sure that all 110 chapters have at least a rough draft of the emergency management plan, with the understanding is that approximately 31 chapters already have an emergency management fund plan, the ASC travel budget shall be decreased by 5%. This COA is to be completed by the end of the third quarter of FY 2024. Next is 10 chapters business unit. Program title, FY 2024 General Funds Non-Administrative Subtotal. The brief narrative reads as this is a condition of appropriation. Chapters do not have an emergency management plan. At the end of the third quarter of FY 2024, will have their FY 2024 general funds and non-administrative subtotal reduced by 10%. The Navajo Nation Department of Justice Chapter Unit is to assist the ASC and the emergency and the chapters with emergency management plans. Then we have amendment to legislation number 0165-23, page 3, lines 8, insert a new section 4 as follows. Section 4, directive, the Division of Community Development, DCD, administration is hereby directed to research and development a plan to decrease the number of administrative services centers, ACS, from the current number of 8 ACS to 5 ACS. The plan should include a description of the geographical services area and the 5 ACS would serve. The DCD administration is further directed to provide a cost-benefit analysis of changing the number of ACS offices from 8 offices to 5 offices. The analysis should include the cost to maintaining the office. The DCD administration shall present its research and plan as reports to the Resources Development Committee by the end of the second quarter of FY 2024. 2. The renumbering related to city paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service and Office of the Legislative Council are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and exhibits to implement the committee's intent. The amendment shall supersede inconsistent language and any other amendment which shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is amendment number 1 read into the record.
With that, we do have a motion and a second. So, is there any questions on the amendment, members of Resources and Development Committee? Going once, going twice, take it to roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is amendment number 1 for legislation number 0165-23. Honorable Shauna N. Claw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna N. Claw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Alisto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Alisto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Bushy. With that, motion carries for amendment number 1 to legislation 0165-23 for Division of Community Development. Now, going back to the main motion, members of Resources and Development Committee, I believe that we had enough time to talk about some of the concerns and recommendations. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and take it to a roll call vote for Honorable Danny Simpson.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure if I heard my directive supposed to be part of legislation. I'm not sure it's part of it.
read the record.
Yeah.
Slow down.
So with that, your recommendation was read into the record, Chanel Tani, regarding, reanalyzing the ASCs from 8 to, reducing it to get costs, hopefully redirect it to other parts of operation of ECD. So with that, we'd like to go ahead and take it for a roll call vote. Mr. Tani.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0165-23. Honorable Sana Nclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Sana Nclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green, sir.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Still, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Still votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, with that, motion carries, and, legislation 0165-23, next stop will be Budget and Finance Committee with the, amendment along with the, legislative concern or with the condition of appropriation. And then there will be language added to the legislation that were made as directives. So it was a nationality no hitting you with Division of Community Development. And thank you again for, speedily working on all of the changes that were recommended and, getting the whole legislation approved. So we'll get to see you again next week. So just listen out for Budget and Finance Committee's agenda. Agushi?
Please follow.
Okay. So, members of Resources Development Committee, I know that we have, the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office, Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office. Now, this is a proprietary, fund. It's not very high in dollars, and I just thought that we can go ahead and address this, budget, as the last, action item of the day. Keep going? Okay. Keep going after that. Okay, we're gonna sit here till 9. Midnight. Do we have, gaming?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, can I recommend a 10-minute recess while we check out departments and offices, so that way we can get ready for the next one?
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a 10-minute, recess. Members of RDC? They're here. Okay. Machine, we are gonna go, next on the agenda item, number 4, new business, letter D, legislation 0166-23. We do have O and B, and we have gaming, regulatory office staff here, so Mr. Tahi, if you can read the legislation into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have legislation summary for tracking number 0166-23, date August 1st, 2023, titled the resolution and action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office and related matters to be included into the Navajo Nation FY 2024 comprehensive budget. Purpose: this resolution is approve and recommend to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget for the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office. Resource and Development has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Honorable Brenda Jesus, co-sponsored by Honorable Danny Simpson, for legislation number 0166-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office and related matters to be included into the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget be enacted. Section 1, authority. The Resource Development Committee is the standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council with legislative oversight over the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office. 2 NNC Section 500A, 2 NNC Section 501C1C. The Resource and Development Committee shall review and make recommendations with respect to the program under its oversight responsibility regarding the Navajo Nation's comprehensive budget for the upcoming fiscal year 12 NNC Section 848. Section 2, findings. Oversight Committee recommendations shall not exceed the base finding amount established in the FY 2024 Budget Instruction Manual. 12 NNC Section 848. The base planning amount were established by the Budget and Finance Committee in the FY 2024 Budget Instruction Manual through resolution number BSJY-15-23. B, the Resource and Development Committee held budget meetings and heard reports from the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office and the Office of Management and Budget regarding the proposed FY 2024 budget for the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office. 12 NNC Section 848. C, the Resource and Development Committee reviewed and considered the proposed FY 2024 budget for the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office as compared to the base planning amount established in the FY 2024 Budget Instruction Manual and as recommended by the Office of Management and Budget. D, the Resource and Development Committee finds that the approval of the proposed FY 2024 budget for the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office and inclusion of such budget in the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year FY 2024 budget for the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office and related matters. A, the Resource and Development Committee hereby approves the FY 2024 budget for the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office as detailed in the Fund Management Type Summary hereto attached to Exhibit A. B, the Resource and Development Committee hereby approves certain revisions to the branch chief's proposed FY 2024 budget amount for the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office as shown in column D and E in the General Fund's Comparative Summary hereto attached to Exhibit B. C, the Resource Development Committee recommends the changes to the General Fund budget described in Exhibit C. D, the Resource Development Committee recommends certain conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns as attached to Exhibit D. E, the Resource and Development Committee recommends that certain unmet needs for the Navajo Gaming Regulatory be included in the FY 2024 comprehensive budget, as explained in Exhibit E. F, the Resource and Development Committee recommends that the Budget and Finance Committee approve the Gaming Regulatory Office FY 2024 budget and all committee recommendations as set forth in Exhibit A through E. G, the Resource and Development Committee hereby authorize the Chairwoman and Vice Chairman to negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Section 4, effective date. This action shall become effective as provided in 2 NNC Section 189A. Attached to Exhibit A, which is the Navajo Nation Fund Type Budget Summary. Attached to Exhibit B, which is the Navajo Nation General Fund Comparative Summary. Attached to Exhibit C, the Navajo Nation recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Attached to Exhibit E, which is the Navajo Nation recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns, and attached to Exhibit E, the Navajo Nation recommended unmet needs budget. Then you have the Navajo Nation's Legislative Budget and Public Review Summary, first report for legislation number 0166-23, sponsors Honorable Brenda Jesus. This legislation was posted on August 2nd, 2023 at 6:05 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on August 7th, 2023. There was no comments on this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0166-23 read into the record.
Whew, good job. Thank you, Rodney.
Motion?
Okay. Honorable Nez. Okay, motion by Honorable Nez and the second by Honorable Qua. So at this time, I would like to, yield the floor over to Office of Management, and Budget. They did provide a report, so at this time, I'd like to go ahead and, have Ms. McCabe go over the budget information for, Gaming Regulatory Office.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the board members. My name is Eileen Nance. I'm the new senior, budget analyst with OAB. I'm gonna go ahead and read the summary of the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office. And the pamphlet that's right before you, the second page, it has, table of contents. A will cover the FY 2024 fund type budget summary. B will be FY 2023 third quarter budget expenditure report. C, FY 23 third quarter performance assessment report. D is FY 23 third quarter plans of operation status report. E is FY 23 condition of appropriation legislative concern report. F, FY 23 external funds expenditure report. G, FY 21 single audit report. Out of that, I will, read the A, B, F, and G, and I'll have Janet McCabe go over the C, D, and E. So A is the budget summary. It has the business unit number 12001 and the program name Navajo Gaming Regulatory, and the allocation amount for FY 23 $240,000. And then all the way across, the funding comes from the proprietary fund, and the grand total is $240,000. And then the tab B will be the third quarter budget status report. This is the status report that was sent as of August the 7th, 2023. And this is just for your review. It shows the original budget, the revised amount, actual, and then the balance as of today, and the percentage amount that was spent was 56%, just rounding it off.
Tab C is the third quarter performance assessment report. There's one business unit. Again, first quarter is 2.50, second quarter 2.00, third quarter 2.00. Currently, the program is improvement. They're both things. Tab D is the plan of operations status. Statutory legislation is CO-76-18, which was adopted in 2018. Moving on to tab E, conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns report, there is none. Tab F, the external fund expenditure report, there is none. E, FY 23 single audit report, there is none. That includes the OMB report and Madam Chair.
Question? Asheha, ladies, for the, overview by Office of Management and Budget for Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to the Gaming Regulatory Office staff to give an overview of, the budget for legislation 166-23.
My name is Michelle Jones. I'm the Executive Director of the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office. Dnešní do Centrální Bašičí, I'm originally from Rock Point. I grew up in Sienna, Santa Rosa, Rock Point area. I live now in Sanders, and I work here in Winter Rock. I've been with the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office for about 5 years. I was previously the Deputy Executive Director up until January of 2023 this year, and have been in this position officially for now about going on 7 months.
I have here with me our Deputy Executive Director, Jeremy Ben. He has been with our office since April 2023, so about 4 months now, going on 4 months. So, the budget we have before you guys, I did have a handout, sent to everybody. There is a couple of corrections that, we made, from Mr. Tahi, Rodney, that sent us, some corrections that need to be made. These funds here, let me give just a brief, information about them. What they are is, proprietary funds. It's under our fund management plan. We receive, fees, gaming licensing fees from individuals, employees, as well as vendors who do business, for the Navajo Casino, and as well as employees that work at the casino. So most employees have to have a gaming license in order to work, for the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office and also the Navajo Casino. So we bill them for licensing fees. In addition, any vendor that does businesses with the casinos, they also are required to have a vendor gaming license, and they also are charged a fee. We also have a yearly gaming facility license fee as well for all gaming operations that operate on the Navajo Nation. And right now, our biggest operators are the Navajo Nation casinos. So this is, we submit a revenue projection every year in March, and that we send to the controller's office. Thereafter, they send us a revenue projection allocation for the year, for these fundings, and this year was $240,000. So, here we have our budget, Form 1, after Exhibit A. We have the Form 1 for $240,000, and normally put all these to contractual services. So if you turn to Form 2, we have our performance measures. Since these deal mostly with licensing, our goals are related to licensing. Form 3, here is a description of where the fundings are put in for consulting and other contractual services. We pay the National Indian Gaming Commission fees that they charge us for all background investigations and fingerprinting that we send to them. So they billed us, and we pay out of these funds. We also are billed from the Arizona Department of Gaming for submitting background and licensing recommendations, and they also billed us, and so where we pay these funds. This includes everything from fingerprinting, getting a recommendation on a background check, as well as paying for our outsourced contracted background licensing company. So we go with a background screening company who can be able to get more information for us nationally, from cities, counties, municipalities, and federal as well. So we contract them, so they do a lot more what they call, a thorough background screening for us, and submit those to our department when we do a licensing background check. We also use these fundings we pay the Navajo Nation's department, the police department, under their IMS section. They also bill for all the background, the police reports that we ask for, that we have, and the applicants submit, and we pay for that cost. So all these costs are actually paid from the NNGRO, and they're not a cost to employees. So it's the same for the casino. They pay for their employees' background check. The employees do not pay on their own, so we pay for all that cost, and that's where these fundings come from. If you go to Exhibit B, we have Exhibit A, which is the fund type budget summary. This is a proprietary plan, again, for our fund management plan for $240,000. Exhibit B, those are now blank. I'm going to request to say, Rodney, how do I change these forms? We did, on your recommendation, we did do new forms.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of RDC, I did indicate it to, Gaming Regulatory Office that the forms in Exhibit B, C, D, and E of legislation 0166-23 should be blank. They did put in, they filled in comments, column D in Exhibit B, which would be us as oversight. For Exhibit C, the explanation for the committee's oversight, they put none, so I've recommended that they take it out, so that way it doesn't reflect that RDC does not have any comments or recommendation, that it's just a blank. Exhibit D, which is a brief narrative on any conditions of appropriations or legislative concerns, I told them also take out, so it doesn't come like it doesn't seem like it's coming from RDC. And the unmet needs, I recommend that they just keep it blank too. So that would be amendment number 1 to this legislation of 0166-23.
Mr. Gaucher? So, that clarified, okay. So again, members of Resources Development Committee, we do have amendment number 1 to change out Exhibit B, C, D, and E, and that was the handout that was given to you all by the Gaming Regulatory Office staff here. So let me ask if she's done with her presentation, Wes. Is that okay? We're going at.
That concludes my presentation.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Arnold, next.
Okay, thank you. Before the amendment, I just have a question. OMB Coroniche report of Guido Navajo Gaming Regulatory. Your program performance assessment forms scores from OMB. First quarter 2.5, then 2.0, 2.0, and I would see that. Hey, why does it say that it needs, with these scores, it needs improvement? That's my question, Chair. Thank you.
Gaucher, thank you, Honorable Nez. And I'd like to go ahead and yield that question over to Office of Management and Budget in terms of what we call the report card of performance assessment scores for Gaming Regulatory Office and meeting its, Form 2 performance. So I'll allow you time to make a response.
I'll have my colleagues. Madam Chair and members of the RDC committee. As you know, those are cumulative scores, and based on the first quarter, they submitted their scores, which kind of were high, but they failed to submit the second and third quarter report. So based on that, a cumulative score, it kind of kept them at that 2.0 level, which indicates underscoring it needs improvement. So I am going to have them comment on that.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe. I'd like to go ahead and give it back to Ms. Jones for a response on why Gaming Regulatory did not submit their second or third quarter performance reporting to OMB just to have a more quantifiable score that will reflect the performance of gaming.
Yes, thank you. Members of the committee, Chair, and members of the committee, I understand. We did not, or I did not submit those reports for the second and third quarter. I was doing the Deputy Executive Director and Executive Director's duties both before the hiring of our new Executive Director. So there are times when I had to make the decision whether to concentrate on administrative duties or on regulatory duties. So since I had been doing a lot of concentration on administrative duties and wanted to doing more of the regulatory duties, meaning that providing more of supervision and guidance to the NNGRO managers who are located at the casinos, I missed those dates on doing those reports. So when I did see these that they were done, it did slip my mind, and I did complete them. I do have quarterly reports that are submitted by the managers, and they provide all the statistical reporting that I do for this, and I did complete that. However, it is correct that I did not submit them until after they were late. So at this time, I take full responsibility for that. Now that we do have a deputy executive director, I don't expect that to happen again.
Honorable Nat, Hakushi. Next, I'd like to go ahead and, allow Honorable Otto.
Yes, since the information has been updated and, sounds like information, then could we get, OMB to get that information to reflect, what information was, provided? And to have, because you're gonna have this at, TSC committee, and that's already student, so, if you could, make those suggestions by now. Thank you.
Honorable Otto. So this would be pretty much, probably a directive, because again, this budget has to go through the process to budget and finance, and you did mention, Ms. Jones, that you were able to get to it later, but they were submitted late. And if it would be possible to have Office of Management and Budget update, your scoring mechanism to reflect, the, current, actual, scoring for, Gaming Regulatory Office before it gets to NABI, okay? And I guess one question I have, Mr. Tahi, is, so when this report, does the Office of Management and Budget also have to make this report at NABI?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, Office of Management and Budget has to provide this exact same report to Budget and Finance Committee. It can be also made at Nominating Committee as well as Nomination Council. Just keep in mind that Resource and Development Committee does not have oversight over OMB, so we cannot issue a directive to Office of Management and Budget. Ms. Khan can provide legal clarification on that as well.
Ms. Khan.
Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, that is correct. Title II provides for directives that could be, stated by the committee, but the committee has to have oversight over the entity that it is providing the directive to.
So thank you for that clarification, Mr. Tahi, Ms. Khan. So, since we're oversight over Gaming Regulatory Office, can you work with Office of Management and Budget to get the updated, numbers for your performance, for the performance rating? Yeah, thank you, Ms. Jones. Any other members of Resources Development Committee with any questions at this point with the information that was, shared with us with the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Budget for FY 2024? Honorable Otto.
I want to, go ahead and motion the amendment.
Hakushi, I do, members of RDC, I do have a motion on the floor for amendment number 1. And may I get a second? I do have second by, Vice Chair Johnson. So with that, Mr. Tahi, can you read the amendment number 1 into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, amendment with number 1 would be exchange old Exhibit B with new Exhibit C, which reflects that column B is blank. The Oversight Committee's recommended for FY 2024 budget remain empty. Attached would be exchange old Exhibit C with new Exhibit C, which would reflect that there is nothing written in the recommended changes to the general fund budget. Attached would be exchange old Exhibit D with new Exhibit D, which would reflect that there is nothing written in the recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concern. And exchange old Exhibit E with new Exhibit E, which for the recommended unmet needs budget, which reflects that nothing is written in Exhibit E. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that would be amendment number 1 read into the record.
Ms. Khan?
As I'm looking at Exhibit B that is attached to the legislation, and that was, if I understand correctly, I have a different Exhibit B.
Oh, there were handouts, Tanya.
Okay. The Exhibit B that is part of the, documents for the amendment, I would think that you would, I don't hear any amendment, that maybe discussion about an amendment to change their numbers that they have, that is in Exhibit B. So the Exhibit C is what is recommended, Exhibit B B, column C, is the branch chief's proposed, general fund budget, and that was what was provided here. Column D is what the oversight recommends. I have not heard any discussion about amending what they have presented, so I think B could stay like it is, unless, of course, the committee decides to make a change. I think, as it happens, this one works. But, if you have a question with regard to the exhibit B that is attached to the legislation.
So, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, to further explain this is, what Ms. Khan is adding is, if the body wants to add a discussion of adding an additional $240,000, because this would be the committee's recommendation to the FY24 final budget. If RDC is okay with the branch chief's proposed budget of FY 2024 general fund budget, and you're not adding it, we won't need to amend Exhibit C, which would say where we would get the funds from. That would be my understanding, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Tahi. My understanding, the Exhibit B talks to the original legislation. Column C is the amount that was given to Gaming Regulatory Office of how much revenue projection was given to them by, I believe you said Office of the Controller. Okay, since this is a restricted fund, you got to remember from revenue projections. So I had assumed that in column D is the recommended amount that Resources and Development Committee is recommending to add to the program. So in this case, we're not adding to the program because this is a restricted proprietary fund, and the amount was already given to Gaming Regulatory Office in the amount of $240,000. I would assume that the column D amount would be left blank. That's how I understand it. So, I don't know, more clarification?
Excuse me, Madam Chairman.
Yes,
when the Office of Legislative Counsel went through last year's fiscal year, exhibits from the Oversight Committees, we noticed that the Oversight Committees, many had left column D blank. And the purpose of column D, according to my discussion with the Office of Legislative Counsel, is the number that the Oversight Committee recommends, not changes. Well, you can change it, but this is what is recommended by the program, in this case, Office of the Controller. The next column D is whether or not you agree, this committee agrees with that amount, or if you want to change it. That was the discussion in the Office of Legislative Counsel. I will be the first to say that these forms need to have better explanation, and it is the Office of Management and Budget that provides these forms. And it's not clear, and the Office of Management and Budget could make it clearer. And these are various interpretations of what that means, and from discussion in the Office of Legislative Counsel, it is, if the Oversight Committee agrees with column C, then they put that amount in column D. So that is the same, and it agrees with that amount. And like I said, Madam Chair, when our office reviewed all of the Oversight Committees, it was all over the board. But I'm sorry.
Okay, I fully understand it, yeah, Ms. Khan. So let me give it to Shiaz, Honorable Citizen first, Mr. Tahi, and then we'll go ahead and take it to you.
So what's Mr. Khan's recommendation, or the Vice Chair? I'd like to make an amendment to Exhibit B. And it's up to the colleagues, they want to increase or decrease, but we'll go with the amount the game regulatory, presents to us. So on the Oversight Committee recommended FY 2024 General Fund budget, I'd like to go ahead and just concur with, regulatory office of $240,000 to be incorporated into that. Now, if we increase or decrease, we have to explain that next page. So I make that, amendment.
Yeah, Tommy. Okay, Rodney, let me take it back to you.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, we already have the First Amendment, which is to exchange out Exhibit B, Exhibit C, and Exhibit D, and Exhibit E. We need to address Amendment number 1 first, before we address Honorable Simpson's, amendment, which would be Amendment number 2 to Amendment number 1, which we have not voted on yet.
So, Madam Chair, so we're gonna amend incorporating these, B's. Yeah, so with that, amendment number 1, I'd like to ask the motion, we have a motion party, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to ask the motion party to include $240,000 on Exhibit B in column D.
Or we just don't do no amendments because the proper legislation had the correct one. So if okay, so this is, let's see, let me explain it again.
Well, I don't.
Per the legislation, everything we can just leave as is.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, so what we were concerned about is per the legislation, the number right here, on Exhibit B, we had assumed that this $240,000 was supposed to be deleted, and that's the reason why gaming, staff reached out to gaming and told them to change the form. That's the reason why for the amendment, A through D. And as if you could look through, here, there's none language on here, so Rodney just thought it'd be best to completely leave it blank, but we can keep the same attachment on the legislation and just withdraw the amendment number 1 that had a motioning and a seconding party. That'd be the easiest route to go right now. Right, Ms. Khan and Ms. Quinn? Yeah, so we can just accept it as is, because right now, we're not adding no money, because again, this is restricted fund, proprietary fund. These amounts were already given to them by, OOC. Honorable Simpson?
Madam Chair, if you look at Exhibit B, as explained by Mariana Khan, I don't know if I'm getting the right document here. This is what I received here. I'm going off of that.
This is Exhibit B, that is.
Look at the legislation.
Look at the legislation.
Okay.
We have too many
So why was this document given to me?
Because of Rodney.
I thought we're trying to incorporate these new documents here. So why are we adding this why was this document given to me?
Mr. Tiny.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, per the previous legislation, the first economic development, we made the changes where the funds was coming from. And since the committee is the one that made those recommendations, for the second column for community development, they provided us the correct numbers. We didn't change anything into it, so it was left blank. This one, again, Madam Chair and I, when we discussed it, this shouldn't have been here, but now that Ms. Khan is correct that this is the committee's recommendation, this is the original legislation. What, Gaming Regulatory Office provided was, I recommended they take it out because we didn't approve it yet. So I recommended that they give us this, so that way it shows that nothing was provided by, the committee for this. But this the what's in the tax exhibit B in the legislation that was read into the record is what is in question now, and this is the one that should not be exchanged out. Per Office of Legislative Counsel's legal advice.
No limit?
So we won't, so right now, we do have a motioning party, Vice Chair Johnson, it was seconded by Honorable, Nez. Motioning party, would you like to go ahead and withdraw amendment number 1 and stick with the original attachment to legislation 0166-23? What about seconding party?
Did I second it?
Oh, you did. You did, Rick. No, no, it was Honorable Rick Nez.
I motioned for the main motion.
Yeah, no, I second the.
But amendment number 1, A, B, and C was motioned by Vice Chair Johnson and second by Nez. Is that what you have?
I have motion by Honorable So and second by Vice Chair. Then the main motion was by Honorable Nez.
No, the motion to the legislation was Honorable Nez and second by Honorable Claw for the legislation. Now, amendment number 1 was motioned by Vice Chair Johnson and second by Nez. That's what I have.
I didn't motion.
Otto. Okay, for the record, I guess it was, motion by Honorable,
I'm Honorable So and motion by Vice Chair second.
oh,
For amendment number 1, yes.
okay, so, excuse my error. So we have a motioning party by Honorable Otto So, and it was second by Vice Chair Johnson. You can tell it's been a long day, huh? So, it's hot. So with that, Connie, Honorable Otto So, amendment number 1, changing out exhibit A, B, C, and D, would you kindly withdraw your motion? And keep the original legislation exhibit in. Explained by our legal counsel.
Well, I think that what Mr. Honorable Rodney is valid, because right now, we haven't made that recommendation yet. And this is an order with the 240,000 in the C line. Even though it's in D line, the program shouldn't have put in that, the 2024, shouldn't have put it in there. That's saying that on this day of, when you look at the original budget sheet, and that was dated 7/27, that's when RDC approved the recommendation. So that, I mean, just from myself, but if it's okay and we're not gonna get in trouble for it, I'll withdraw.
Whoa, this is from legal counsel.
Legal opinion.
I should just say that I was the one who made the mistake by not, before this was, posted, to make sure that it was blank for all those places that this committee was supposed to act on. And when I'm looking at it now, it's filled in, and I should have caught it. And that is what is causing the confusion. And I am sorry for that, and as it turns out, it seems like this committee is going to accept it as, the numbers that were given, and not make any changes, not have, conditions of appropriation or what, and that, through their thinking ahead, they already put no. So I'll take full responsibility for not completely checking the exhibits before it was posted.
So, members of Resources Development Committee, help me. I think, as chair, this is my personal prerogative, dealing with numbers, that the new exhibits that was brought here to us by Gaming Regulatory Department would be more sufficient. Whereas this one, I'm questioning Exhibit B with the column D, because it's almost stating that Resources and Development Committee has requested an additional $240,000. That's how I'm understanding this. So, with that, let me go to Vice Chair. I want to hear which forms do you want to go with, the new or the attachment to legislation? Like,
May I say something?
sure. Let me go ahead and give it to
Madam
OB.
Chair and the board members. I'm looking at a memorandum that's dated July 26th from Office of Legislative Danny Bob Ross. And on there, it gives the instruction of how, what, by Exhibit A through E list on it. And for the fee, it says, general fund comparative summary is prepared by division/programs and consultation with OMB. Only columns A, B, and C should be complete before submission to OLC. Columns B and E will be complete at the oversight committee budget meeting.
Well, there's your answer, okay. So, members of Resources Development Committee, with what was just read into the record by OMB, this one sounds to be more,
In order.
yeah, in order, according to what was issued by, Office of Legislative Services.
That's my sheepdog, man.
So, with that, we do have the amendment number 1, motioning party by Honorable Otto, and second by Vice Chair Johnson. So with that, do we have any questions on amendment number 1? Honorable Danny Simpson?
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the committee, if this amendment passes, then we have to do a second amendment again to incorporate $240,000 on the second one, on the blank one that we incorporate the one that I received here. If this passes the amendment, then we have to do the second amendment to add an amount. Do we go with the 240, or do we decrease or increase it? If we stay with 240, then we don't have to do any fill-ins on the second, third pages.
Yep.
So, like I said, what's attached to legislation, if we agree to it, then we don't have to do the amendment. We keep it at 240. But like I said, if we do this amendment here and it passes, then the second amendment, we'll have to add an amount in here. Do we concur with 240, or do we increase or decrease? Increase it. That's the way I understand it now.
No,
Marianne, can you clarify that one more time? I mean, okay, if we pass it the way it is right now, okay, let's say, the minute passes, what happens? Do we have to incorporate the number? We concur with 240, or decrease it, increase it? Do we have to do second amendment?
the OMB is referencing this minutes there.
That's there. It is my understanding that column D is this committee's statement, whether or not you concur with column C. And if an amendment is made to go to blank for column D, then you'll have to do another amendment to put in what you want in column D.
So, let me, thank you. A memorandum dated July 26th by Dana Barbara, urgent reminder submitting FY budget documents to Office of Legislative Counsel. Now, it says, Exhibit B, General Fund Comparative Summaries prepared by Division Programs in consultation with OMB only. So, Office of Gaming Regulatory was supposed to fill out only A, B, and C column. And in this case, they submitted it filling out the D column, and that's what we're trying to address in this, okay? And it says, column C and E will be completed at the Oversight Budget Committee meetings. Now, the reason why Rodney wanted C to be changed is because they put in this information, but here's his recommended changes to this general fund budget is a blank document that will be used to document and explain the Oversight Committee specific amendment. Even Exhibit D is a blank document. Exhibit E2, unmet needs, if they want to address unmet needs, but they put none. But here it's supposed to be a blank document as well. So that's just what we're trying to address here, Tommy, so I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, Vitaya, do we? Yes. Okay. So with that, we do have amendment number 1, Honorable Danny Simpson. Are you comfortable with amendment number 1?
Okay, I'll do amendment number 2 then. One.
Just for, thank you, Madam Chair, just for historical perspective. At one time, the Navajo Nation Council had, language with regard to an amendment to an amendment. That was at Navajo Nation Council. And that was taken away at Navajo Nation Council a couple of councils ago when we went to 88, where they did changes to the council rules. That particular, prohibition, they took it out of amendment to amendment at council was taken out. That language is not here, and it not being here, in my opinion, allows this committee to do an amendment to an amendment. It does sound very strange, but there is no prohibition in the standing committee rules to that effect.
Okay, so with that, Honorable Danny Simpson, let me just understand this clear. You want to make an amendment number 2, just like you talked about. What amendment are you going to make? Are you going to ask for more money for them, or, because right now this is a number that they get from Office of the Controller.
Madam Chair, I understand that. So if we concur with 240,000, then we don't have to make any justification to that. I understand that part. Now, we increase it, then we have to justify that on the other pages. So, the way, I support the amendment. That's fine.
Honorable Aruso.
So, this is, the way I see this is that we are just trying to comply with what the direction, and RDC voted on that, that sheet that we got, the budget, the process. So the process clearly outlines that the program is responsible for A, B, and C. And then, as O and B brought direction to this again, D and C is done by oversight committee. So D, A to date. I wish there was like a date line in there too, in identifying the date. That would clarify, because right now, oversight committee general recommendation, when we approve it, it's going to go to budget and finance committee, and we have a budget and finance committee member here, and he's going to say, the recommendation was made, they didn't make that recommendation. So just to put it on the record, I think they did that, to put it on the record, and would have to do the amendment to an amendment, and so let it be it. But it's a formality.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Chair, that's what I was trying to do. When this was going to be amended, I was asking the motion party to include in their amendment the $240,000 and to put in item D. So that's what I was trying to do. Then, like I said, that's what I was trying to do, asking the motion parties, just, they concur with it, they can put $240,000
And policy.
D. Oh, I didn't educate her.
Okay. So, members of, Resource and Development Committee, does he need to motion that, or we can just add it in? I just concur with you as motioning party, second party, right? Because what, Honorable Danny Simpson is saying here is to Exhibit B, to, modify to add 240,000, column D, on Exhibit B.
The only thing that it's going to do is that, it's okay, but when you modify it, you're still swapping out documents. Yeah.
But that would include $240,000 D.
So
But your
Chairperson,
modification, yeah, your modification.
and that's what happened. So the original one's there, then you're modifying it to add in this other
Yeah.
document. That way it fits, and then indicating that on the record that this is what RDC is recommending. That way when
Per
we
the
get to the
budget instruction.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll go ahead and take it back to Raji. To read amendment one with the modification into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, amendment number one would read exchange old exhibit B with new exhibit C, which would include the Oversight Committee recommendation for the FY 2024 General Fund. Exchange old exhibit C with the new exhibit C, exchange old exhibit D with the new exhibit D, and exchange the old exhibit E with the new exhibit E.
Okay. Ito kaya. Pushing. So we need to vote on this, right?
Yes.
So, do we have any other questions as Rodney read the amendment number one with a mod of, adding $240,000 amount into column C? Okay, so with that, Mr. Tai, can you please take, amendment number one to roll call vote?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number one. Honorable Sana Anklaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Sana Anklaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green, sir.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you for that, amendment. So amendment number one carries with exhibits and adding $240,000 to column D on exhibit B. Okay, so going back to the main, motion on legislation 0166-23, Doshlan Naito Hikinda to, Gaming Regulatory Office. Going once, going twice. Okay, so with that, Rodney, could you please take the roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0166-23. Honorable Sana Anklaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Sana Anklaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green, sir.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, members, motion carries, so the legislation 0166-23 has been accepted, and we'll move forward to Budget and Finance Committee. Article
Motion to recess.
Third.
I just we just want to hear EPA read the legislation into the record. Since we're gonna be delayed an hour tomorrow, Shinatani, then we'll go ahead and tell ONB to come back and recess after.
Not be at 8.
We do.
So you're gonna start.
There's only 3 left. 2 days.
No, I got
Okay, okay, so motion was, made by Honorable Rick Nez to recess for the day, seconded by Honorable Danny Simpson. I will allow that. And thank you, everyone, members to Resource Development Committee. It was a great dialogue, and also to the legislative staff. Just give some rest your mind. Oh, I need a vote, I'm sorry, Mr. Tahi, roll call vote for recess for the day.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for recess at 4:20 p.m. Honorable Sana Anklaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Sana Anklaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green, sir.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Rushing, thank you. So we recess at 4. Okay. All right, thank you, and have